Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. Yesterday was indeed a productive day with tremendous amount of knowledge on understanding learning disabilities, common learning disabilities conditions, and we had fun with the Kahoot quiz, with myths and facts. It's definitely a fun way of learning. We were also enlightened by the ecological framework, problem-solving approach, and intervention planning, followed by the fruitful breakout rooms discussions with all of you dedicated participants today. And of course, we had the Q&A session, and Prof. Sharifah definitely addressed all the questions with full of wisdom and wise answers. So thank you, Prof. Sharifah. As you can see now on your screen, the agenda for day 2. Mr. Eddie? Okay. So with another in-depth and detailed topics to be discussed today. So are all of you ready? Can you please type in the chat box here if you're ready? I would like to see I'm ready in the chat box. Ready to go. Let's go. Before I hand over the session to Dr. Sharifah for today. I'm ready. Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. I need that energy. I'm sure Prof. Sharifah also appreciate that kind of energy. So Prof. Sharifah, without further ado, the floor is yours.
Right. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. So happy to see all of you again this morning, and I hope you had a good rest yesterday. And ready and charged up for hopefully another session today. And, you know, I was really impressed with the attention and the energy that you brought to our session yesterday. Thank you so much for being present, not just present physically, but present in terms of bringing your experience, your attention, and your own experiences into the conversations. This, I think, really helped to make all of us learn better. So maybe just to recap a little bit what we did yesterday, we talked about learning disability, we dispel myths, right? Misunderstandings that people have about learning disabilities. We clarify the facts. We clarify our understanding that basically learning disabilities has, what is the main cause? Neurobiological, right? And we also we learned about one key cognitive factor within the child that seems to be the cause of many problems associated with learning disabilities, and that is executive function, right? We learned about that too, and you had some fun tasks, right? Experiencing executive function directly. Okay. And if you recall, even though we talked about I talked about dyslexia, I talked about ADHD, the traits and the symptoms. One of the key messages I hope you take away as teachers is that we don't spend too much time worrying about the diagnostic labels. Instead, what we should focus on as educators is that focus on understanding the needs. And I clarified 3 areas of needs that we should focus on. What were they? Language and literacy needs, social behavioral needs, and sensory or physical needs, right? And we talked about 3 strategies, each to address the 3 areas of need. For language and literacy, we saw a video of specialized remediation, right? Not just general teaching or reading, but specialized evidence-based remediation. We talked about visual supports to help behavioral management. And we also talk about environmental supports that teachers can use in the classroom. And one of the things that I think we also discussed is that all the strategies that we've discussed yesterday, it will benefit all children, whether they have a diagnosed disability or not, right? What maybe differ is that those who have a learning disability, they may need it more and they may need it longer after other children have internalized all the management strategies. Okay. And of course, yesterday, after the lunch break, we learned a lot about the child called Yanko. And I was so impressed by the depth of analysis, by the wonderful insights that all the groups managed to pull out from Yanko's experience. So today we're going to carry on one of the key messages that you have actually drawn from Yanko's experience in the sense that looking at the social emotional aspect, right? Besides from learning, the social emotional aspects that do affect children with learning disabilities. So let's start today's conversation. So the three topics we're going to talk about today under the social emotional well-being for students with learning disabilities, we're going to talk about risk and protective factors. We're going to talk about stress and anxiety, and finally, positive peer support. Remember this diagram? Suhaila looks a bit blurred. Do you remember this, Suhaila?
Oh, of course, definitely, Prof.
Yeah,
Both and Brenner.
Yes.
Yeah, you explain it so deep in detail. Yeah.
Okay, right. So I hope, I did spend some time talking about the different systems. Bromford Brenner use all the micro system, meso system, exosystem, macro system, right? These are technical words. More importantly, we understand the concept. And I think when the participants did the case study, it was clear that you completely understand the different layers of environment within child factors, family factors, social factors, and larger societal policy factors that affect, right? And remember yesterday's when we talked about Janko, we talked about the risk as well as the facilitating factors and the strength. And I really love the fact, I remember it was maybe group 1 that says, can we talk about the strength first? Can we talk about the positive first before we discuss the challenges? And I really like that perspective, that lens, yeah? And again, why do we want to look at both? Because it's very easy when you see a child with difficulties to start to zoom in on all the things that he cannot do, all the problems with his family and environment, and we forgot about the strength. And the danger is that when we forget about the strength, we may actually erode or remove the sources of strength. Just like Yanko, when somebody highlighted that in the effort to help him focus on his reading difficulties, some of the teachers remove his preferred activity, the thing that he is good at, like sports. Yeah. The other good reason of finding protective factors is that we can use the protective factors to help the child overcome the challenges. So this is what we're going to focus on a little bit this morning. What are the risks and protective factors for children with learning disabilities? A lot of studies have helped us to identify the risks, yeah, and the risks are real. Okay, this is from research that has been going on in many countries in the world. Studies have shown that children with learning disabilities, they have significant risk. There's a higher level risk, 12% more risk of experiencing anxiety. Not just a normal worry, but clinical anxiety. They are 8% more likely to be diagnosed to have depression than children without learning disabilities. They are also likely to be diagnosed to have additional conduct disorder, which is a mental health issues, as compared to their peers without learning disabilities. And most sadly, based on this Canadian study, children with learning disabilities are 11% more likely to be reported to have self-harm and suicide ideation. So the mental health concern and the mental health comorbidities for children with learning disabilities is very real. And I think even in Yanko's story, right? Initially, he was a child that basically didn't like to go to school, but still active and happy. But as he grew older, he faced bullying, isolation from school, he started to feel anxious. And it comes out in all kinds of manifestation, both medical, physical, but also emotional. And then he started to have anxiety himself. So this is why it's so important that we spend as teachers, as educators, we spend good time to think about this, in addition to the remediation and all the school-based strategies. And I want to stress that because we need to be balanced. It's not that we focus on the social, emotional, and mental health and forget about remediation and forget about visual class. Both are important, right? One doesn't replace the other. Both are equally important. I want to share this with you. This is from a newspaper cutting in Singapore some time ago, 2016. And it talks about this teacher who's now actually a preschool teacher, Miss Bianca. She recalled her experience by about being a child who have dyslexia or learning disabilities. So she's now an adult. What did she say? She says that she struggled with dyslexia all through her education life. These are her words. Because I didn't do well in school, I regressed, became worse and worse. In her mind, what is her the message in her mind? Because if you can't read, you can't do anything. So that's her identity, and that's what she feels society feels. So the learning disability, the dyslexia, didn't just affect her academic performance. The learning disorder affected her emotionally. It has a direct emotional impact, right? But because she was, obviously a very bright child, she learned to compensate. She learned by watching videos and documentaries, by reading. So she tried to compensate to overcome it, right? So, and she focused on the things that she could do well: cooking, baking, painting, art and craft, right? So because of that, she thrived. So obviously she's able to overcome her difficulties because she's now a successful preschool teacher. So Bianca's experience tells us two things: how much the disorder can impact emotionally. Secondly, that it is possible to overcome it. It is not a dead end, right? And what we want to talk about today is how do we then help children overcome. So to summarize, I think I talk about the studies. Again, her experiences is not unique. Many studies show that learning disabilities are associated with higher risk of mental health problems. Yeah, anxiety, depression, low self-concept, even behavior problems, anger management, right? Disruption, sometimes even delinquency, they act out. However, at the same time, there are also studies that show there are no associations between dyslexia and psychological being. So you have two that studies that appear to be contradiction, but actually they are not contradicting. They're telling you two sides of the same story. On the one hand, if you have a learning disability, you are at risk of all these other emotional and mental health problems. However, when you look at the long term, what you see is that children with disabilities, if they have sufficient protective factors, they can become well-adjusted adults, just like Miss Bianca. So what we as teachers need to know is that firstly, what are the additional risks? We also need to learn what are the protective factors, because it's not just enough for us to address the learning deficit. It's not just enough to address the academic issues or the attention issues or the reading difficulties. What we want to do as teachers is to strengthen the protective factors so that we can build resilience in our children who have learning disabilities. And I'm sure you've heard this word often, right? Resilience. What does it mean? Yeah. What does it mean to be resilient? Does it mean that no harm can get to you? Does it mean that you are invincible? That's resilient? Actually, it's not, right? Resilient doesn't mean invincible. Resilient doesn't mean having no problem. Resilience, when you think about resilience, you think about a person who faces adversity. They have problems, but they can overcome it, right? They can overcome it. And resilience actually changes. It's not like you are resilient or you're not. Sometimes we feel that we are stronger to overcome difficulties at certain times. So it changes with times and with life experiences. If you and I go through life, and then we learn that there are people that we can rely on. We face difficulties, but we can overcome it. That strengthens our self-belief that, hey, I can overcome this. So the next time I face a challenge, I'm more confident of myself. So resilience grows with experiences. And if I have people in my family, in the ecosystem that can support, that strengthens my resilience. If you recall Yanko, there were many people that helped him, right? Grandparents, some members of his families, teachers, in fact, some of them help him, right? And the thing is that protective factors in one area may buffer the risk factors in other area. So it's important that we identify what they are. Okay. So to help us understand more about these risk factors as well as resilience, I want to share with you a study that I was part of the team that conducted but the study was led by Dr. Young and Professor Dunsmuir at University College London. This was done in collaboration with the Psychological Services branch in the ministry where I was a part of. So the study looked at compared children, all of them are 9-year-old, a group of children with dyslexia in the local mainstream school, and another group of children without dyslexia in the same group of mainstream schools. They are matched for age, gender, ethnicity, as well as socioeconomic status. Because if you want to compare, you got to make sure that they are comparable, right? Okay. So we asked 2 questions. Do children with dyslexia have poorer social, emotional, and behavioral outcomes compared to their typical peers? And what risk or protective factors contribute to this outcome? So for those of you who are perhaps more interested in research, this is a summary of the methodology. So the sample, as I said, 99 primary school students with dyslexia matched with 99 peers without dyslexia, and they are from 13 primary schools. Both quantitative methods, survey is used. The survey is done on the children. So the children give their feedback, parents give what they observe, as well as teachers. In addition, there's also qualitative interviews with students who are dyslexic. There were several tools used because some of it teachers, parents, as well as students. And these are the analysis which I will explain later. Okay. I want to go straight to the findings. Okay. So the first question was, do children with dyslexia have poorer social, emotional, and behavioral outcomes than their peers without learning disabilities? The answer is yes. This study shows that children with dyslexia report that they have higher levels of panic and anxiety. They also have significant higher levels of depression. At the same time, they report lower self-concept in reading, in learning, in schoolwork. Not just the academic, they also report lower self-concept in terms of peer relations and physical abilities. They know that they're not successful socially. They're not successful in getting friends, and they're not confident about their physical ability. Parents and teachers report that children with dyslexia in the study show higher levels of emotional distress. They observe more conduct problems, and they observe more inattention in class, as well as problem with peers. So all parties report higher risk in terms of social, emotional, and behavioral for children with dyslexia compared with those without dyslexia. So this is a summary, right? We know that. But what about the risks or protective factors that contribute to this? This is what we want to know from this study. So to study the protective factors, we wanted to know, okay, what predict the level of emotional problem? What predicts anxiety in children in the study? What predicts depression? What predicts the low self-esteem? So we looked at 4 possible predictors just to see which one predicts best. We looked at the severity of dyslexia, because dyslexia can occur in a full continuum. You can have mild, moderate, or very severe, right? And we know that sometimes dyslexia and ADHD co-occur. They are doubly blessed, right? First exceptional. So we looked at maybe for those who have dyslexia and ADHD, maybe they are of greater risk. We also looked at gender to see whether males or females also face greater risk, because this is something that many people observe. And we also looked at whether the child's perceived social support could also predict. We wanted to know, okay, if the child sees that the people around him help him, will that actually reduce the risk for depression and anxiety? Or if he perceives that the people around him are not helpful, not reliable, does that increase the child's risk for social emotional problem? So we looked at all these indicators, and then we looked at whether they are able to predict the risk factors in children, or the level of severity in children with dyslexia. So this is the findings. Okay. Don't be too worried about these numbers if you're not. These numbers, and especially for those of you who are interested in research, because I know some of you are. Okay. But more importantly, I'll explain to you the general outcome. Okay. One of the things that we found in the study is that academic progress, in other words, if the child goes through a reading intervention and the child shows progress in reading, that actually predicts anxiety and the reporters, what teacher report as difficulties, and the relationship is negative. What that means is, if the child goes for remediation and he makes progress, it doesn't have to be completely cured. Whatever little progress that the child makes in the specialized remediation, that in itself reduces the level of anxiety. That in itself significantly reduces the kind of behavior problems that teachers see in class. I think this is important, because sometimes we think that, oh, if it's behavior problem, then we must just focus on the behavior. What this tells us is that sometimes the biggest motivation for the child is success. If he starts life not be able to read, but we give him the correct specialized remediation and he can read slowly. Hey, yesterday I don't know how to spell, I don't know how to blend, but today I know how to blend. That in itself can reduce anxiety. That in itself can reduce the kind of behavior problem that teachers see in the classroom. So this is again reminding us that the work that we do in the specialized remediation in the classroom to focus on progress in learning, that has a direct impact on the emotional and behavioral difficulties of the child. But that's not enough. There are other factors that help. These two are came out as very important social protective factors. Social support, the extent to which the child himself feels that his parents, his teachers, and his peers are supportive of him. That directly impact positive self-esteem. And that in itself significantly reduce the risk of depression. At the same time, school belonging. What does school belonging mean? It means the child feels that he is welcome in the school. He has a place in the school. He has a positive image of himself as a student of the school. That also has a direct impact on self-esteem. The stronger the sense of school belonging, the stronger the sense of self-esteem, and that significantly reduce the risk for depression. So this is a summary. We wanted to know whether children with dyslexia have greater risk for social, emotional, behavioral outcomes compared to their typical peers. The answer is yes. They have higher levels of anxiety, depression, and lower self-concept. Teacher and parents also report more behavior, emotional difficulties. But on the other side, on balance, we found the study showed 3 important protective factors that can make the child resilient. What are they? Firstly, the academic progress that the child has made. It's not academic success, yeah, it's academic progress. That means, in other words, small steps, small successes that the child has made is in itself protective factors. Second, the social support that the child perceives in school as well as at home from parents. And lastly, school belonging, how much he feels he is a part. So these are protective factors, and these are the ones that can mitigate or reduce the risk of anxiety, depression among children with learning disabilities. Okay, so that was the quantitative part study of the study. I mentioned that we also look at the qualitative aspect. We did interviews, right? Because we wanted to hear the children's voices. One thing about the study is that they give you the data, right? It's very important to go back and listen to the voices of the children. So for this, interviews was conducted with 2 groups of children with dyslexia. Among the 99 children with dyslexia in the study, the researchers identified two different groups. One group is the high resilience dyslexic. In other words, they're dyslexics, but their self-esteem is good. Their levels of depression and anxiety is low. Okay. At the same time, they identified children who are dyslexics, but low resilience. In other words, they are dyslexics, high anxiety, high depression, and they also have faced many difficulties, many behavioral difficulties in school. Okay, so these groups are both interviewed by the same question. Okay? And what did we find out? One, and especially we wanted to know how are they different, right? How are these 2 groups different? Because they both have the same condition, which is dyslexia. The first thing that distinguish between the dyslexics who are resilient and those who have low resilience is the perceived teacher-student relationship. So when we ask them, oh, can you tell me about your teacher? Do you have a favorite person in school? Those who are resilient, the dyslexics, can actually name a favorite teacher. Those who are low resilient, they can't name. Who's your favorite teacher? I don't know. None. Why are they your favorite teacher? And they didn't say because it's fierce. Oh, they tell jokes and they're helpful. Yeah. When I have difficulties, the teacher helps me. In fact, I remember one of the student, when asked who's your favorite person in school, he actually said, oh, the security guard. Huh? Why is the security guard your favorite person? Well, because there's one time I fell down and he helped me when I was in a cast. So I think it's important to know that when everybody in the school environment, the teachers, the people in the canteen, even the security can be important sources of resilience. They can be significant others, significant adults in the school environment that shows care and concern for the child, right? So if a security guard can end up being a favorite person that the child feels positive about, what more the class teacher that sees the child every day? Right? So I think what we do and what we say, no matter how small, do matter in terms of building resilience for children with dyslexia and learning difficulties. In contrast, when we interview the dyslexics who have low resilience, what do they tell us? They have very little belief and confidence. They say, well, if I tell my teacher, there's no use because my teacher won't solve the problem. Teacher don't believe me, right? So they feel that even if they tell the teacher the problem, the teacher will not believe them and will blame them by giving out of the reasons, right? This is a child who said during PE, the other students make noise, and then Madam C, the teacher scold us. Yeah, but I didn't make a noise. So there's a lot of sense of injustice that they experience because the teachers, whenever there's a problem in class, they end up being the scapegoat. So they perceive a very poor teacher-student relationship in school. So we learned that. So this is one difference between children who are dyslexics, who are resilient, and those who are less resilient. We also asked them about their peer relationship. Children who are high resilient, when you ask them what they like about school, one of the things they said is my friends. And they can tell in detail who their friends are. And when they describe their life in school, seldom do they mention that about the social difficulties. Instead, they talk about how they play with their friends, playing football, badminton. And they also say that sometimes when I cry, my friends cheer me up. So friends, they have experiences whereby friends comfort them, give them support. In contrast, the dyslexics who don't have the resilience, when we ask them about, well, tell me about your friends in school, they hardly mention good friends. Oh, my friends never friend me. And when they describe their experiences with their friends, there's a frequent mention of social difficulties, making fun of by friends, bullying, right? And social isolation. In fact, as this child said, oh, with me, they only study, no friends to make, but just being bullied, right? So a very sad and negative peer relationship. So I think, sorry. So here, I think it tells us how it gives the voice of the child and how the child perceives, right? So this is what we mean by the social support that they experience, but also that sense of belonging, right? That I have friends that like me, that have social support, and I belong to the school. This is actually our important protective factors. And as I mentioned earlier, if we can develop the protective factors, we are not just helping the child now, we are actually building the child, his resilience to overcome difficulties in the longer term. So this is why this is so important for us to know. So the question therefore, what can we do, right? What can we do? Because we are educators in school, right? We're not going to be everywhere. The teacher cannot just monitor and, we must we start checking whether people are bullying? Must we, police what goes on in the school? Well, again, studies have shown many things that we can do as educators in the school context that can actually strengthen the protective factors. And I will talk about them. I will discuss each of them now. Okay. Firstly, I think it's important that we build in screening and monitoring. If you recall yesterday when we talked about Yanko, some people have highlighted, right? One of the, in his school, there is a policy that says the first 4 years of schooling, everybody cannot fail, it just pass on. But that in itself, we can understand is good, is there's no labeling. But if you do that, then how do you know that a child needs help? For that to work, you need screening and close monitoring. So one of the things that we should do is that we should screen and monitor, not just for learning difficulties, not just for poor reading, we also need to screen and monitor the social emotional aspects, right? So we don't just wait for the child to be failing in his results, but if we already see behavioral issue, a child that is withdrawn, these are telltale signs. These are early warning signs that we should be looking out for as educators and see, oh, this child is struggling. What does it mean, right? Don't just assume that, oh, it must be a family problem. The social emotional problems can well actually be closely related to his learning difficulties. The next thing that we can do is to take a balanced and holistic approach. See the whole child, right? And again, Yanko's story yesterday highlighted this. Children, the truth of the matter, children with learning disabilities, for them, academic, reading, writing will be a difficult challenge for a very long time. Even after they've overcome the difficulties, when they go to university, they can still read, but they will not perhaps be as fluent and as fast as their peers when it comes to reading. Even in adult life, right? They may be good in many things, but reading and writing and academics will be a lifelong struggle. So what's gonna help the child to be motivated? What's gonna help him keep going so that he can pursue lifelong learning? Okay? It is not the academic, but it is the other areas of strength, right? So one of the things that we can do intentionally, deliberately, is to identify not just the problem, we identify the strength We identify the areas of talent, the non-academic areas that the child needs, whatever that may be: cooking, swimming, baking, drawing, singing, right? Music, whatever that may be. If we need to help the child to identify what these preferences and interests are from young, and help him and his parents spend time and energy to develop it. Because even if you have some talents in singing or in cooking and baking, if you don't spend time in it, it's not going to develop as a source of talent for you in the future, right? So again, we must remember that in trying to focus on the reading difficulties, we don't erode or take away all opportunities for developing the other areas of strength, right? That just like Yanko, right? He likes table tennis, but it's taken away. Why? No, you're failing in your subjects, so cut all your sports, resign from football, right? Oh, this girl is really not reading well. Quick, you must every day after school, you must spend all of your time in the reading remediation. Don't go for your singing class. Well, if you do that, what is the child going to look forward to in the future? So we need to see the whole child and think about how we help the child identify and develop areas of strength that can be his motivation for lifelong learning. And I stress that we need to help identify because in some cases, the child may not be aware of his strength or areas of preference. Parents too may not be aware of the strength and preference, because sometimes some parents only see the academic. So that we cannot identify the child's strength if we don't give him opportunity to experience it. So for the child that perhaps have good singing skills, but nobody encourage him to sing, nobody even know that he can sing, then he will never discover, right? So one of the things that we can do as educators is encourage the child to continue with his extracurricular activities, expose him to the activities that perhaps can one day we can identify, he's actually good in drawing. Let's encourage that. Sure, he needs to go for remediation, but make sure he also spends time to develop his artistic skills. The third thing that we can do to develop resilience is to think about how we as teachers, as educators, can help facilitate the child's access to intervention. And because we know that some of the children will have depression, anxiety, or emotional issues, we also need to think about how do we help the child to be referred to counseling services. And if the child has developed very serious anxiety or depression, how do we help the child be referred to get mental health services? Sometimes it's not just about knowing how to refer, where to refer. It is also knowing how do we then encourage the child, and sometimes more importantly, the parents and the families, to be open for referral. Referral to intervention, counseling, mental health, you must have parental consent, right? Parents must agree, because they are the ones that are going to bring the child to the services and engage and continue the treatment. So sometimes the biggest thing that we can do is to bring the parents, to engage parents through the journey. And this is sometimes difficult, right? Again, if you look at Yanko's example yesterday, even after he was diagnosed, he wasn't diagnosed early, he was diagnosed late. But even after the diagnosis, the mother refused to accept. The mother refused to accept the label dyslexia. Why? Because in her mind, society have a stigma for dyslexia. Society thinks that dyslexia is a mental health problem. So she's scared of what's going to happen to him if he has that label. So because of that, she refused initially to be referred for help. So one of the things that we can do as part of the school environment is to think about how we work with parents to help them overcome the stigma. Yeah, and we'll discuss more about parent engagement tomorrow. But I think, and one of the things that I want to come back to is that one of the things that in order for us to help other people overcome stigma, we must also do a self-check. Do we have stigma about mental health? Do we have stigma about referring a person for counseling or mental health services? Because if we have the stigma ourselves, then the first barrier that we need to address is our own misperception. We need to help ourselves first, right? Before we help others. Another strategy for developing resilience for children with learning disabilities is that we can actually teach them coping skills. In particular, skills to overcome stress and anxiety. And this today, we're going to spend quite a bit of time to learn how we can do that as teachers and educators, right? What we can do to help children manage anxiety and stress better. How we can teach them the skills that they need. And lastly, because I remember the study talks about how important the perceived quality of relationship in school between the child and the peers, as well as the child and the teacher. So quality relationship is also important. And one of the things that we're going to focus today is what is it that we can do as teachers to create a classroom environment, a school environment that gives the child with learning disabilities positive peer relationship. Peers that help him rather than harm him. Peers that are supportive rather than destructive. Okay, so so we're focusing on teachers as well as peers. And the reason why we focus so much on relationship is that at the fundamental core, resilience is about relationship. Sometimes, I get people that ask me the question, oh, can you teach us how to, can you do a training on resilience? Because we want to teach our children resilience skills. We want to teach the children strategies to be resilient. Well, resilient is not just a skill that the child has. Fundamentally, resilience is about relationship. The stronger the quality of relationship that the child has with the people around him, the more resilient he is. So it's really important that we put effort to nurture an environment where the child feels supported and have a good relationship with the people around him, especially his peers. Okay, so I'm going to pause now because I've actually shared quite a bit of information before I go on into talking about stress and anxiety management, because this is one of the strategies that we can do as teachers, right? Maybe I open up for questions about what I've shared today.
Hello, Prof.
Hello, good morning.
Ronnie, we have a question from Padlet.
Okay, may I know who's speaking, please?
Mastura.
Mastura, yes. Thank you, Mastura.
Is it possible in the mind of dyslexia students, when they were being asked can be misinterpreted by them? When teacher asked the student himself, student with dyslexia, why did he punch his friend, and the answer given, because his friend punched him first. But the situation itself was nothing like that.
Okay, it's a very good question. Okay, so if I understand correctly, something happened in school, right? The teacher observed that the child with dyslexia punched one of his friends. So when the teacher intervened and said, hey, what happened? Then the child with dyslexia say, oh, he punched me first. That's why I punched him back. But when the teacher asked around, it seems that actually that never happened, right? This happens very often. She say, he say, right? All the kinds of, whether dyslexic or not, I think it's very common among children, especially when they have peer relationship problems, right? So what could contribute for that? The many factors. Okay. So, but I think so it's very important for the teacher first to actually look at, to investigate, to find out what really happened, right? And to do that, it's important to see whether people saw what happened. Be careful that sometimes it's true. The peer didn't punch him before he punched the peer. But sometimes it is very common that the child with dyslexia always get blamed by the peers and others. So if there's any problem, oh, teacher, he did it, he's the culprit, right? So we must be careful when we hear such. So as teachers, we have to remain objective, gather objective data, be balanced. Yeah. So what are the possibilities? Remember I talked about learning disabilities. Yesterday we learned about kids being impulsive, right? The hyperactive ones, right? Their hands all over the face, they're shivery, they move here, they move there. So, and sometimes they are not aware of where their hands and legs are. You know, one of the strategies when I'm working with very, very young preschool or primary 1 and 2 children with learning disabilities, one of the skills that, one of the strategies to make them move less around, because if you tell them, don't move. Don't move means what, right? We always say that, always tell them what to do rather than what not to do. So I usually tell that the rule in class is, when you are in class, hands and feet, keep it to yourself. Hands and feet, keep it to yourself, right? So he knows. Why do we tell that? Because sometimes in their hyperactivity, they may accidentally knock somebody over. They may as they walk, their leg may kick somebody over. And the thing is that many of them don't even realize that they do that because it's very impulsive. They're not aware. So the child with LD, dyslexia, may end up kicking or slapping their friend without thinking, without even realizing, but the friend knows and say, hey, you hit me, I hit you first. Hit him back, right? So again, this misunderstanding often happen, right? So as a teacher, if that happens and one you start blaming the other, what you can do is you bring both of them. And my suggestion is to focus on restorative practice. In other words, it's not about blaming who and what. The point is that, okay, so both children has hit each other. So whoever have caused hurt must apologize and then restore the relationship. If one person say he punched me because I punched him because he punched me first, you must tell him that's wrong. Even if somebody hit you first, you cannot hit him back. Violence is not the answer. Right? So what do I do? If you think that somebody hurt you, well, you inform teacher, and teacher will then mete out the consequences. Don't take matters into your hand, because there might be misunderstanding, and for all you know, you're punching the person for the wrong reason. Yeah. So I think it's important to actually, as teachers, we remain objective. And when they complain like that, we reinforce them the values that we want to emphasize. Yeah. So I hope that's helpful. Any other questions?
There are questions from Padlet, Bob.
Okay.
Okay, some from yesterday as well. Yeah.
So maybe we can focus on today, because I think there's some questions in the chat about peers. Maybe let's talk about that.
Okay, sure. Oh, Puan Masura has read the question just now. Okay, may I ask, how is the situation in other countries when it comes to dealing with the social support, especially in impoverished communities? How wide is the scope of the school's intervention to help children build strong social support? Is it easy for you to coordinate with the community, or what are your best practices? This is from May but Zaida.
Okay, so thanks, May. It's a good question. You are right, May, to say that different remember yesterday we talked about ecosystem, different contexts have different strengths and different challenges. Okay. Now, if you are in a city, May, are you from Philippines? Yeah, okay. So maybe in Manila, right? you have services, right? You have clinics, you have hospital, you have therapists, psychologists there, right? Most cities will have that. So in cities like that, then perhaps the issue is there are services, but then you need to focus on how do you engage parents, engage the family to access the services. That's your barrier if you are in the city, just like in Singapore, right? Because people are busy, they lead their own lives, right? Sometimes neighbors, they don't even know each other, correct? If you live in a city. If you are in a rural village, you may not have the services, or the services may be far. But what I tend to see is that in those villages, the relationship is stronger. Neighbors know each other. You have grandparents, sometimes great grandparents, you have aunties and uncles living together, working together. So the social network is stronger. So what we can do is that if you are in an area whereby there's a strong social support, families, a village support, we need to think how can we use the family, the village to help the child more. And there are strategies, right? There are strategies that parents can use. Now with internet, with telehealth, if you are the teacher, you can have strategies, you can discuss with the parents on what they can do, right? So similarly, if you are in a city, the resources are there. So you may need to, but if the parents have a barrier, have a stigma, you need to work with the parents so that they can bring the child over. So I think different contexts have different challenges, right? And which is why whenever people tell me, oh, can you share with me best practices? Well, I can share with you good practices that works well in one context, but it doesn't mean that there's a best practice in another context, right? There are many things that I can share. Oh, in Singapore schools, we do this. For example, in the place that I work, the psychological services branch, we actually serve mainstream schools. So all mainstream schools in Singapore, they have psychologists that visit them one every month. Why? Because this is a city and we are a very small country. You can do that, right? So the best practice is, for the schools to discuss the case when the psychologists visit every month. So some of the strategies that work well in the Singapore context is not feasible in another context. So I usually be cautious. Sometimes when we say best practice, it is good practice in one context. So you need to see of all the strategies, what works well in your context. Yeah, you must be the judge of that. I hope that's helpful, May. Thank you. Thank you for the good question.
Okay, Prof, moving on to from Shahir. Resilience subjective between student. How to tell if one approach is suitable for one child?
Okay, thank you. Yeah. You are right to say that different children have different levels of resilience, some stronger than the other. But the studies that I've shown and the studies that we do is that the protective factors affect all children, right? What are the protective factors? Social support, school belonging, good peer relationship. These three across all children, possible. These are good protective factors. Yeah. So the question is, therefore, if I know these are the three key ingredients, how do I bring about these three ingredients in this child? That's where you need to know the child, right? How you develop positive peer support in one child may be different from another. How you develop sense of school belonging for one child is different from the other. So how you do it may be different, but what you do, what areas to focus on is the same regardless of the child. I hope that answers your question. Thank you. Any other questions that we have?
Yes, there are. Okay, next one is from Muhammad. Muhammad Shahir. How to help child overcome trauma of being bullied and hit? Sometimes when we try to reach a child, he becomes so scared to open up and talk.
Okay. So when a child if you know that the child has been bullied and there was an incidence of bullying, I think as teachers, you need to actually think about how you provide the child an outlet to express his anxiety. Okay, we're going to talk about later some strategies to overcome anxiety. So if the trauma or the bullying have already happened, and you see the child being depressed, then you need to actually perhaps engage the child, talk to him, give him an opportunity to express himself. If he is quiet, maybe you can talk to parents to see whether or not are there any issues at home, and also what they can do at home to help him, right? So that's the intervention. But that's not enough. The other thing that you need to do is how, therefore, you can prevent further bullying. How can you prevent the trauma to repeat itself? And that's what we're going to do later today. We're going to think about how do we create a positive circle of friends among the child, for the child. Yeah, because if the child have a positive circle of friends, that is protective factor. So that protect him from further bullying and further isolation.
Okay.
Thank you.
From my Sarah Binti Samsul. Prof, for children who have family problem, as teachers, which strategy that we can focus on?
Okay, so that's a huge question. It's a good question, but it's a huge question, right? Because you're right that children have so many, if you talk about family problems, it can be all kinds, right? It can be parental, it can be economic problems, it can be home situation, danger, and all of that. So, and I like the question you asked. There's so many questions. What do I focus on? Well, I think you need to prioritize. Sometimes it's not about the biggest problem. Sometimes it's the problem that you know is the one that is within your locus of control. For example, if you find that the child is from a broken home and maybe there's violence in the home, right? And the child comes with bruises and things like that. And at the same time, you see that the child is always absent, right? So what do you do? And the child is not learning well, doesn't have the school book. So what do you do? So many problems, what do you do? Well, in that situation, I will start from the most, the one that I can, the important first step, which is attendance. You don't go home and say, your child telling me that mother and father are quarreling. Don't try to address the family issue. Don't try to address first the mother and father quarreling, because you might get scolded, right? Because why are you interfering with my marriage, right? So, but at least you as a teacher can say, I'm worried that your child is not attending school. Raise that to your principal. You know, this boy, his attendance is very low. As a school, we have to see what we can do to encourage the child to come to school. Okay, and maybe ask the child, okay, do you need help? Arrange for perhaps a neighbor to say, maybe get a peer or classmate or a schoolmate to say every day, can you bring him to school with you? So that at least there's an external person to bring the child, because you don't know what's happening at home, right? Now, what does that do? Just do that first. If you increase attendance, at least you see the child every day. The child is out of that toxic, violent home every day. At least for 5 hours in school, he is safe. While he is with you, you can start to have a conversation, build trust, right? Slowly. Make him feel that whatever is happening at home, at least in school, is a positive environment. People care for him. So slowly, slowly, that's how you address. So even though the home continues to be difficult, at least you can create a safe haven for the child in school by just focusing on one thing first, attendance. Yeah, so that's an example of prioritization. I hope that helps. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. Prof, from Rosaini. Prof, how to keep the peers accept their friends' variety of behavior?
Okay, how to, again, this is a strategy that we're going to, I like your question because you are preempting what we're going to discuss, right? So there are specific strategies. But for this moment, I want to highlight that if you want to help the peers to be accepting of variety of behaviors from children, that means you want them to have a mindset of accepting differences, right? People may behave differently, but we respect them equally. And we also understand that people have different needs. We don't judge them for it. The most important thing that you can do as a teacher is that you model that behavior. You demonstrate in your actions and in your words that you too accept a variety of behavior differences. So this is where I think we must put the mirror to ourselves first lah. Yeah. So reflect personally. For example, if you think about just last year, sometimes I encourage teachers to do this. For 1 week, note down every time you give a praise to a child. How many times you praise in class and what you praise for. And then note down how many times you scold or reprimand, reprimand is to scold, and what you scold the child for. If you do that, you can gain very good insights about things that you may do unintentionally, subconsciously. Okay? I did this with a group of teachers and in a school, and they were having a lot of problem managing the behavior in class. So we did it for 1 whole week. They observe each other, note down. And do you know what they found out? Something very interesting. Okay. Well, the school has a positive culture. So the teachers do almost equal number of praise and scolding. It's not that they scold all the time, they never praise. It's a positive. There's a positive. So all the teachers praise as much as they scold, equal number. The difference is that whenever they give praises, it's actually for good work. Oh yes, well done, correct answer. That's a good writing, good spelling, good reading. If a child gave a good answer, very good, sit down. So when they praise, it is always for learning. But when they scold, you know what it's for? Behavior. Yeah. Stop, sit down. Why you don't sit down? So the scolding is for behavior, the praising is for learning. So what's the problem with that? If you want the child to behave well, shouldn't you also praise when the child is behaving well? So the child will learn in the environment that actually if I behave well, it doesn't matter to this teacher, right? Doesn't praise what? So I only need to give a correct answer and she'll be happy. My behavior doesn't matter. No wonder that teachers are having problems with behavior, right? And you know, there's a limit to how much you can scold and scold and scold, because the good behavior from the student's perspective doesn't make me a valued person. I get only scolded. I never get praise. I never get attention for. So after we shared that with the teachers, they said, "Oh yeah, let's change our style." Then you know they discuss ways, and it's actually the teachers giving suggestions to each other. So now they started to give more praises. So if a child is sitting down, hey, well done. I like the fact that you're sitting down well. Good job. Today, I see that you have finished your work on time. Never mind that the work is not so good, but you have seated. You have paid attention. Good. Yeah. So I think those are some of the things that we can. So I think we should start with ourselves, right?
Okay, Prof. Thank you. Moving on to the next question from Faradila Sakti, Indonesia. What should we do if suddenly an autistic child becomes inflamed?
Becomes what?
Inflamed.
Inflame. He bursts into flame. Wow, dramatic. Okay, I understand what you mean. Yeah. In other words, he throws a temper tantrum and a meltdown. Is that what you mean? Who asked the question? Maybe we can ask the
Faradila?
person. Faradila, maybe you describe a little bit what you see so that I understand more correctly.
From Indonesia. Yeah.
Fadila, yes. You wanna describe a little bit the problems that you see?
Faradila Sakti. Faradila Sakti from Indonesia. Okay.
I'm trying to see the question.
Yeah, I'll unmute you. So you can
Okay, thank
explain.
you. Maybe describe a little bit what behaviors you see in the child so that we have a better idea.
Mr. Eddie, can you please unmute Miss Faradila? Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry, Miss.
It's okay. Go on, please.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for this condition because I'm studying. I'm studying at class.
Oh, a busy teacher.
Yes, I'm so sorry. So I have one children in my class. So I asked the question to you, Prof. I need some support to my children with autism. So I confused what can I do if he had a problem. A problem is suddenly. So can you give me some inspiration what I have to do to my kids?
Okay, thank you. And I must say I do feel for you, right? It's not easy. And I think you are certainly a caring and concerned teacher that you want to do your best for the two children in your class. And from what you described, I think you teach in a class where there's two children, but there's also other children without special needs. And it's true that sometimes children with autism, they don't communicate, and suddenly they for reasons that we cannot tell, they suddenly become a meltdown, right? What happened? That we don't understand. Yeah, and usually, like I said yesterday, I mentioned about the PTR. Remember the PTR? Prevent, teach, and reinforce, right? And I said that one of the things that we need to always try and find out is what is the function of the behavior. That takes time. So those are the things that you can do to slowly understand why is the child behaving like that and how to prevent it. If, however, at the same time, if it's already happened, you see the child, screaming or already on the floor, then you must attend to it immediately by a process that is called de-escalation. Okay, it's called de-escalation. I'll write the word here. De-escalation means, escalate, like escalator, escalator? Escalator go up and escalator de-escalate, go down. Okay. Children with autism, the reason why they explode or become inflamed is that usually the stress level starts low, slowly escalate up. The problem is that we don't see, the face is the same, but internally the stress level goes up to a point, it bursts, it inflames, right? So we need to de-escalate. How do you de-escalate? First, because they're autistic children, you don't, what happened? Don't use verbal. Because to them, verbal will just increase the stress, right? You guide the child away from a sensory loaded environment. If the classroom is sensory loaded, you bring the child carefully to a place where he can calm down. Okay, and that may mean a separate room or a quiet corner. Some teachers, what they do is they create corners, and sometimes you have cupboards, so you don't have to put a child in a cupboard, put a child in a lock in a room, but you can create corners whereby the child can be in own space. He doesn't have to see other children. Okay, another strategy is also headphones. It's called noise maker headphones, noise cancelling headphones. It's not expensive. You can get it in most places. When you wear the headphones, it doesn't have a wireless headphones. It basically blocks the noise. What we find is that when a child with autism, has outbursts, we need to de-escalate by removing the immediate sensory input so that he calms down. Once he calmed down already, then perhaps you can give him, if he has a favorite toy, let him calm down first with a favorite toy. Slowly, after he calms down, then you can ask him, okay, is he ready to join back? If he's not ready to join back, don't leave him alone. You can get, maybe if the class is doing some activity, bring the activity to him so that he still engages in that activity, even though he's not ready to join the class. So that in a way will tell him, hey, you're still important to me. I'm not just casting you aside and removing you from the class, from the learning completely. But I recognize that, okay, you need time to calm down, de-escalate, and then we join you. So that's a strategy to respond to outbursts. But that cannot be on the long term. In the longer term, for longer term, you need to apply PTR. You need to monitor, understand what is the function of the behavior, think about how you can prevent it, how to teach it, and how to reinforce. And I think I described some methods yesterday. So I hope that helps. And I wish you all the very best. I know it's not easy.
Thank you, Prof. Moving on to the next question from Chu Jia Yuan. How do we, I think this should be the last questions you address because we have to go for a break. Yeah, how do we as teachers build good rapport with students so that they can let down their defenses around us, but without them seeing us as friends and eventually treating us with less respect?
Okay, good question, right? The balance between being connected to losing the boundary of teacher-student relationship. Okay, a few things you can do. One is that you must remember that you can be a great teacher and a great friend at the same time, right? When we talk to children with behavior difficulties, excuse me, I'm going to sneeze. Children that have problems, when you ask them, oh, who's your favorite teacher, so and so. And when you ask, why is that a favorite teacher? Very often they say, oh, she's actually very fierce, but she's very fair. Children know when a teacher is firm but fair. What they don't like is teachers who are fierce but unjust. In other words, they feel unfairly treated. So even though you tell a lot of jokes, you're friendly, but if the child feels that you have treated him or her differently from other children, that's where you lose respect as a teacher. So respect is when you're fair, you're consistent, you become the authority that the kids respect. That's how, and if you do that, it doesn't matter how friendly you are. You can be jovial, you can be friendly, but if you're fair and you're consistent in terms of how you treat misbehaviors, how you reward people, that is how you maintain respect. Yeah. Okay, shall we move on?
Okay, one last questions perhaps? Because
okay, we have a lot to cover though, but okay, one last question before, and perhaps maybe we have a shorter break for tea break. Yeah.
Okay,
15 minutes perhaps. Yeah. All right, carry on.
Okay, so from Aliza Alwi, what if classmates of an ADHD do not want to include him in their group assignments because he slows them down due to his slower speed and inability to understand the problem given and can't contribute to problem solving? When we force a group to include him, the peers became emotionally stressed, but when we exclude him, we feel that we could be excluding him socially. In the end, the peer relationship becomes very stressed. Okay.
Good. Very good question. Excellent. I want to focus on one word that you use there is that you say, if we force. Force is the wrong answer. You don't force. But you must still include how by providing structure and support. Remember we said yesterday, the magic answer is provide structure, provide scaffolding. The reason why the peers are also children, you must remember that. If we as adults struggle to manage a child, what about other children, right? They can't magically do that. So the peers need structure need help, need support to be able to do that. So if it's a group work, one strategy that we can do is, so therefore, we go into the group and say, look, Johnny, who has ADHD, is going to be a member. And of course, you know, the girls say, oh, no, not again, right? But Johnny's role, you as a teacher, give Johnny a role in the group. You don't let the group decide. Okay, so you are there, you facilitate, you say, right, Johnny will join your group. His role is what? Give him a specific role. Or even you can tell, you can even, if they are perhaps teenagers, you can say, okay, what role do you think he can help you? Elicit from them. And then, look, Johnny is going to be a member in your class, in your group, whether you like it or not. What do you think he can do? What strength does he have? So perhaps Johnny can draw. Okay, so maybe the writing, the researching, everybody does, but Johnny's role is to draw. Or perhaps everybody does certain things. Johnny's role, perhaps because Johnny is active, maybe Johnny can be the one presenting because he's, you know, good in presenting. Yeah. Or perhaps Johnny can be the one that, you know, click the PowerPoint slides during the presentation, be the assistant. Yeah. So for such children, as a teacher, you need to step in, create a structure, give the child with learning disabilities a specific role that you know they can do, and then talk to the other members of the team. So that's one way to include while giving support to the team members in terms of integrating the child in the project work. Yeah.
Okay, Prof, thank you so much for the insightful session, for answering all of the questions again today with full of wisdom and wise answers. They are really helpful for all the teachers here. Okay, I will come back later at 10:30.
Yep.
Okay, then we'll take a break now for 15 minutes and we'll come back at 10:30 for more learning sessions with Prof. Sharifah. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
See you. Okay, Prof, are you ready? Welcome back, everybody. Okay, Prof, hope you have a nice short break there. If you're ready, Prof nak sambung dengan your session, or should I continue with the Q&A?
Yeah, no, I noticed that there are lots of questions about what you can do at the whole school level. Some of you feel that you want to do something, but you may feel that perhaps you don't know how to work with the other people within the school. Not to worry, hold on to those questions. We will keep those questions. That's because on tomorrow, the third day, we're going to have a special segment about what you can do as part of the school ecosystem. Right, so we're going to really deep dive into those issues. So not to worry, we will address them, but I hope I seek your patience. Hold on to those good questions and we'll address them tomorrow. Okay. All right. In the meantime, what I want to focus today is really, we really need to better understand about anxiety and depression and mental health concerns about children with learning disabilities. And I think if we really understand it well, then we need to know what we can do. Okay. All right. So let's carry on. As mentioned earlier, what we want to do for this between now and before we break for lunch is to see what we need to know as teachers to help children manage stress and anxiety. We need to learn what are the signs and symptoms. We need to understand how stress affects us, our mind and body. And more importantly, we need to know what are the daily habits that can break the cycle of stress and anxiety. Just before break, I give the example of escalation and de-escalation. Escalation means actually the stress starts low. It was rising up. But because we don't do anything, it keeps rising and rising and rising. So what do we need to know and do so that as it rises, we can create a break so that it comes down immediately and doesn't escalate too high that it becomes a meltdown. So this is our focus today. And remember yesterday we did myths and facts about LD? Well, let's do a Kahoots again, but this time on stress and anxiety, because there are so many misunderstandings, myths, and fake news about stress and anxiety. So let's do that. Remember how to do Kahoots? So I will start first. Once I get the link, I will put it in the chat box. Just like yesterday, you either click on another web page to open up the link, or alternatively, you can also use your handphone, because you need to respond on your second device. Yeah, so you need a second device to click on the Kahoots pin. Once you click it on, remember to put your name or your nickname, whichever the case may be. Let's see who's the winner today. Who was yesterday's winner? Did you remember? I know Christina did very well. Oh, Shahir was the top winner. Yes, correct. But Christina did very well. But I think number one was Shahir. So let's see who does well again today. Okay, we have quite a number of people already. Wow, today everybody is fast. Well done. Okay. So let me share screen. Okay, the first myth or fact: toddlers and infants are too young to experience stress and anxiety. True or false? Yeah, the answer is false, right? very often there's a misperception that babies don't have stress. Well, they have stress. Lie down, crying, give milk, right? Actually, that's not true. There are infant stress and there are baby stress, right? It's just that they experience the stress differently and they express the stress differently. Very often, if the parent is anxious or stressed, that stress can actually be passed down to the child. If a baby grows up every day in an environment there's people shouting and screaming, babies are born with a sensitivity to know when people are unhappy or in distress. So even though they may not know the words, the shouting and the screaming, that actually affects the baby emotionally. Yeah. So they do experience stress and anxiety, but it may manifest itself differently. We're going to learn later on what are the signs of stress for young children as well as teens, which may be different from adults. Let's do the next one. My Sarah, well done. Okay, next question. Next statement. When they are stressed or anxious, children with LD may express it in their behaviors and actions. True or false? This is talking specifically about children with learning disabilities. Yes, it's true. Yeah, because we know they may act out, they may scream and shout, right? They may not tell you that they are stressed. They won't come you and say, teacher, I'm stressed. Mommy, I'm anxious. They may not have the language to show it, but their behaviors and action do show their anxiety level. Oh, my Sarah again. Well done. So Nurul Huda, you're catching up. Next one. A good person with good moral character will not have mental health problems, depression, or anxiety. It's false. Yeah. Many people often think that, oh, you know, this is a good person, he's a religious person, he's a good moral character, surely he doesn't have any depression. That's not true. Depression and anxiety, like any other illness, can occur, can happen to anyone, right? Regardless of whether they have good moral character or bad moral character. Moral character is not in itself a defense for having problems like depression and anxiety. Okay, good. Well done, my Sarah, still at the top. That's right. Headaches, ulcers, body aches can also be signs of anxiety or stress. Yes, most of you got it correct. Yeah. In fact, yesterday we discussed it in Yanko's story, right? His was what? His was asthma, right? Yeah. So these are what we call psychosomatic illness. Physical illness, headache, ulcer, body aches, stomach aches, right? Eczema. Physical illness that actually have a psychological reason, an emotional reason. Good. My Sarah still at top. Well done. Okay, next one. If we live a healthy lifestyle, do not smoke or drink alcohol, we only need 5 hours of sleep a day. True or false? So Hyla is thinking very hard now. She's very serious. Yep, the answer is false. Why is it false? For adults like you and me, how many hours of sleep do we need a day? Anyone knows the answer? 7 hours or 6 hours too little. Yeah. 8 hours for adults. Children, 9 hours. Yeah. For you and me, we need 8 hours. Okay. I dare not ask how many people actually got 8 hours. I dare not ask. Because I know teachers, you are lucky if you get 7 hours, right? Or even 6. Yeah. So I think this is jokes aside, one of the causes of that puts people at risk for depression or mental health illness is actually sleep deprivation. And this is a very serious issue, especially among children. And I think especially among students in the Asian culture. You know, there's a cultural stereotype or idea of what's a good student. What does a good student do? How do they describe good student? Oh, you know, so and so, very good student. He study until late at night, right? Doesn't sleep. Oh, such a hardworking student. That is the wrong perception. A child that sleeps late, little study. Studies have shown that lack of sleep will actually affect cognitive ability to a large degree. It will impact your problem-solving skills. So smart students, good students, study well, but also sleep well. What does sleeping well mean? They need 9 hours every day. Yeah. So I think this is something that we need to be conscious of, that we don't inadvertently reinforce the stereotype. Yeah. Sleep hygiene is very important for mental health. In fact, there's a studies in many countries, including Singapore, shows that if adults like you and me, if we are sleep deprived for a very long time, it increases our risk for depression and dementia when we grow older. So take sleep very seriously. Okay. But don't sleep during this seminar, okay? Sleep at night when you're supposed to sleep. Okay, wow, Farah Amanina. Thank you. Wow. Good. Next. People who express gratitude and thankfulness have a lower risk of experiencing anxiety problems. It's true, yes. Interestingly, this is actually based on a study by Harvard University, by scientists in Harvard University that really studies brain imaging. They looked at the brains of people and told them to give expressions, to think of 5 things that you are thankful for. Yeah, every day, whatever it is, whatever, and you don't have to. The researchers don't tell them what to be thankful for. Whatever it is. Oh, you got a roof on your head. Whatever. And if they do that every day, and the researchers look at these people over time, these people compared to those that don't have this habit, they have a much lower risk for stress and anxiety. Interesting, isn't it? What they've learned is that when we think about the positive things that we experience in our life, think about them every day as a matter of habit, something magical happens in the brain. The brain will release a kind of hormones that basically calms our senses down. So expressing gratitude, it doesn't cost anything. It's not medication. If we do this as a matter of habit, it is actually a protective factor. Something to think about that we can do for ourselves and something that we can do for our students. And one of the some of the things that we can do is maybe we can start our class. Good morning, class. Okay, let's start the class today by thinking of 3 things that we are thankful for. What are they? And ask your children to say it. Oh, I'm thankful for the breakfast I had this morning. I had a wonderful breakfast today. That's one. I'm thankful for my father who drives me to school every day. What they say doesn't matter, but most importantly is that they give thanks to something that is genuine, that is real in their life. It doesn't have to be major thing, right? It doesn't mean, well, I got saved, but my life got saved. Simple things that in itself done every day is a protective factor against anxiety and stress. Well done, Augustine. and Cikgu Chris. Okay, next one. Simple daily exercise, walking in the garden or park can significantly reduce stress and anxiety. Yes or no? Yes, wow, overwhelming. Okay, how many of you since COVID-19, since the pandemic, suddenly find that you are so eager to do the walks outside? You find that more people now are walking. Well, in Singapore that has happened because during lockdown you can't be in groups, so more and more people are now doing walking in the park because that's allowed. So now all the shops selling sports equipment were making big profit because people are now more active. Indeed, this is also research evidence-based. Simple exercise, being near nature, again, does something to the brain, releases the parasympathetic part of the brain, and keeps us calm, reduce the stress level in the brain, right? Ah, well done, Augustine. Again, just two more. Sorry, three more. People who suffer from anxiety and mental health problems have weak personalities. That's why they have it. True or false? The answer is false. Again, just like moral character, it is not weak moral character, weak personalities doesn't contribute to anxiety. It's not the cause for anxiety and mental health. You can be a strong personality, you can still suffer from mental health problems. Yeah, nobody is immune to it. Can happen to anyone, and that's something that we need to be mindful of, because very often this is why people don't get help. Oh, what will people think of me, right? They think that I'm a weak person, that I have a weak character. I don't have a strong personality. That's why I succumb to stress and anxiety. That is false. That is not true. Yeah, and we will learn more about this later. Wow, Cikgu Chris, well done. If we identify stress early, we can break the cycle, anxiety cycle, and prevent a serious mental health problem. Yes or no? Can you actually stop or prevent a serious mental health problem? Can we actually break the anxiety cycle? Or is it something that's completely out of our control? Yes, well done. The answer is yes. And we're going to learn that today, right? How you can break the cycle of anxiety for yourself, and more importantly, for your children, for the children that you work with, how you can teach them to also break their cycle of anxiety. What, Cikgu Chris is hanging on now as our top scorer. Okay. All of you should get this correct, but I purposely put this because I want to stress this fact. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So again, sleep is important. Sleep is nature's way of de-escalating the stress level, calming down, stabilizing the self, the mind, and it is a natural way of strengthening ourselves before we face the challenges of the next day. So please do not take sleep lightly. It is nature's way of protecting us from serious mental health issues. Okay, let's see. Nurul, well done, number 3. Second place, Jen. The winner is Cikgu Chris. Well done. Wow, well done. Don't forget, Chin and Fatih also runners up. Okay. Wait a minute as I change this back to the slides. Yeah, so we learned those facts and anxiety. So basically, to summarize, what is stress? Stress is our body's reaction to any change that requires a response. Actually, we experience stress every day. It's not like the big thing, exam, no. Every day, whether you're on holiday, whether you're at home, basically, if there's any change, our body will react, right? It's a normal way of responding to stress. And our response can be a physical one, a mental one, or emotional one. And the source of stress is not just simply what goes on out there. Some of the stress is not because what happened to us, but rather what's going on here. The thoughts that we have about what's going on, that is the one that increases or makes the stress unbearable, okay? And stress can be low levels, and at low level, because we feel like, excitement. Oh, tomorrow there's a I'm having a guest coming over. So you may be enthusiastic. Oh, about what am I going to prepare? What activity I'm going to have? So the excitement is a little bit of stress. It will spur you or motivate you to do something good, right? But of course, if the stress level is too high, that's why it becomes dysfunctional, or it affects our ability to respond well. Yeah. And because the source of stress can come more from the thoughts inside here than what's out there, that's why one of the stress management strategy is to learn to think differently about the challenges, not just simply to reduce or avoid the challenges. If stress is a normal part of everyday life, how to avoid it? Oh, I don't want to have any stress. What are you going to do to have any stress? Every day, what do you do? Sleep. Even if you sleep every day, you get stressful, no? You get tired, you get headache, right? So you can't go through life simply avoiding stress. What you need to do is how do you then face stress, continue to act positively, and manage the stress so that you can go on with life positively. Okay, so this is how we're going to learn how we think about stress differently. I mentioned about the signs and symptoms of stress just now. So this is the how young children that show that they are stressful. They might change in the regular sleep and eating habits. If they sleep, maybe less sleep, or sometimes too much sleep, right? Eating habits, sometimes eating a lot or not wanting to eat. Change in emotion. So they're generally okay, suddenly become sad, clingy. Some small children, for example, not just small, say maybe children in the primary school, they're so used to living in sleeping in their own bed, in their own bedroom. When they are stressed, they may want to come in and sleep with mom and dad, right? They regress. Increase in crying or tantrums, nightmares, fears at bedtime. Some actually have bedwetting, and bedwetting is a sign of stress for some children. We talked about physical ailments, headaches, stomach aches, yeah, or even coughs, anxious tics. Tics is involuntary movements, yeah. So these are all the psychosomatic signs of stress. Sometimes thumb sucking, hair chewing, right? This is a habit that indicate that the child is going through anxiety, right? Change in bowel movements, like I said, sometimes the child is okay, toilet trained, but when they're stressed, they lose their ability to maintain dryness. So they may bedwet at night, or perhaps in the day. If they're young children, suddenly they have problems with toileting. So these are the signs and symptoms of stress for young children. But what about teens, older children? Well, you may not see some of the bowel movements, but what you see is that the teenager may want to avoid new experiences. Oh, you're going to, let's go to this new shop. I don't want. Well, let's see a new friend. I don't want, right? They avoid new experiences. They become restless, irritable, moody, right? And if you think, and when you talk to them, but next weekend we're going to do something. You can see that he's like, why must we do it? Can I not go? I don't want to go. I want to stay at home. Okay? Sleep problems and eating disorders is a serious sign of stress among teenagers. You may have heard of the condition called anorexia. Yeah, children or teenagers who who avoid eating so much that they lose so much weight. And if they don't, and then that's a serious issue, because if they do, then if they don't get help, their body organs will stop functioning and they can die, right? People do die from anorexia nervosa. The other one is bulimia, where they eat a lot and then they vomit. So this kind of eating disorders, alarm bells for stress and anxiety, especially among teens. Sometimes they are frequently worried about everything, not just school relationship, generally in a state of worry, right? And of course, difficulty concentrating, and they withdraw. The thing is that you're not talking about a shy person. It could be, for example, a child who's been okay, very friendly, but suddenly withdrawn, suddenly don't want to see friends, don't want to talk to parents. Even for people that he or she is close with, he doesn't want to interact. So changes in personality and character among teens, these are all the telltale signs of stress and anxiety. Okay? I'm going to show you now a video that talks about how stress affect our minds and body. And this information is useful for us as teachers to know, because this is also the information that we need to teach our students so that they understand this fact. Because one of the things that they need to do in order to manage their stress and anxiety, they must understand their anxiety first. So let's have a watch.
Hello, teachers! Today, you will learn how stress affects our minds and bodies. Having stress at work, at home, or even being all alone is inevitable. Let's face it, being at the forefront of the education world, educators will definitely be facing stressful situations in every corner possible. Thus, it is important for teachers to manage their stress-induced emotions and understand how to deal with stressful situations before a more severe compounding effect will roll in, such as having burnout from stress. In this video, we will learn about the physical and psychological problems that can come from prolonged or chronic stress. When we experience stress repeatedly, our body's immune system is reduced. In healthy individuals, the brain is normally protected from circulating molecules by a blood-brain barrier. But under repeated stress, this barrier becomes fragile. As a result, inflammatory proteins in the blood can get into the brain. Repeated stress is a major trigger for recurrent damage in the body. It has been shown to lead to many health problems, including diabetes and heart diseases. There is one part of the brain that is particularly vulnerable to effects of prolonged stress, that is, the hippocampus. This is an important part of the brain that is involved in learning and memory. So, it is not surprising that when people are under severe stress, their ability to learn and concentrate is reduced. They may not be able to pay attention in their work or studies in the classroom. They may not be motivated to engage in activities with others, even if these were their favorite activities in the past. This is because the brain systems that are damaged by stress affects motivation and mental alertness. When the severe stress goes on for a long time and is not dealt with effectively, the hippocampus could become smaller. This is due to high levels of stress hormones released in the brain, known as cortisol. Cortisol is often called the stress hormone because of its connection to the stress response. However, cortisol is much more than just a hormone released during stress. Cortisol affects memory functions, blood sugar level, metabolism, and help reduce inflammation. In women, cortisol also supports the menstruation cycles. All of these functions make cortisol a crucial hormone to protect overall health and well-being. However, when the level of cortisol is too high, such as during prolonged stress, the balance is disrupted. This puts the individual at higher risk of many physical problems, such as hypertension and diabetes. Among women and girls, this can severely disrupt the menstrual cycle and sexual health. Cortisol also plays an important role in maintaining a good quality of sleep. High cortisol levels interfere with our sleep, and people with prolonged sleep disruption and deprivation are at risk of mental health disorders such as depression and anxiety. To rebalance the body's high cortisol level, another brain function needs to be activated, that is, the parasympathetic nervous system. The parasympathetic nervous system slows the stress response by releasing hormones that counter the effects of cortisol. As a result, it relaxes the mind and body while inhibiting or slowing many of the high energy functions of the body. One of the important strategies for managing anxiety is to learn daily habits that can activate the parasympathetic responses in our bodies. We will learn more about these strategies in section 1.2 of this chapter. These risks cannot be taken lightly. What affects our bodies also affects our minds. Chronic stress has a significant impact on our psychological well-being and overall mental health. Stress can also interfere with our ability to distinguish between rational and logical thinking and emotional reactions. We see this during the COVID-19 pandemic. When people first hear the news about the global spread of the novel coronavirus, many go into a panic and start hoarding basic things like toilet paper. Shops became almost empty with the supplies of toilet paper, despite government's reassurance that there were plenty of stock available. This is because stress may force the brain to switch to a habit system. Under stress, brain areas such as the putamen become more active. This active putamen is linked to hoarding behavior, and in stressful situations, it also increases our reaction to irrational fears. Eventually, these fears override the brain's usual ability for logical, rational decision-making. At the biological level, chronic stress increases the risk of physical illness, such as hypertension and diabetes. At the cognitive level, it reduces our ability to concentrate and learn effectively, and it makes us pay more attention to negative information. As a result, our ability to think and decide rationally is seriously impaired. As educators and teachers, the more we understand how this stress and anxiety works and affects our minds and bodies, the more aware we are of alternative solutions and support that we could offer to our learners with disabilities to overcome or manage their stress level. This kind of situation will significantly impact girls with disabilities in large parts of the world where discrimination still happens. Thus, we as teachers must muscle up front to help and offer a helping hand to ease and mitigate stressful situations for them. In summary, teachers and educators must first understand the importance of handling our stress and emotion well, not only in making sure that we are able to continue to provide better services to our audience, especially to learners with disabilities, but also in making sure that our mental health and psychosocial well-being is on positive check in these trying times. Thank you for watching.
Okay. Right, let's go back to our slide. Right. So I hope that you find that video informative, right? So I hope you understand now the crux of it is a lot of the stress factor is happening at the brain level, at the neurobiological level. We see it as stress, but it's basically the cortisol hormone going up. So if the cortisol hormone is coming up, how to reduce it? By good character and personality? Will your personality reduce the hormone? No. If one hormone goes up, to reduce that hormone, you need to introduce another hormone that can go down, right? Hormone must be balanced with another hormone, right? So what do? You must do things that will help to release the hormone that can counter the cortisol. yeah, through the parasympathetic. And these are the activities, like what they show in the video. Your exercise, good sleep, these are the things, not your character or your personality. Okay? A lot of people misunderstand that. Okay, so I think these are the details that we need to know. And I think, as what they said in the video, so if we can make it like a daily habit, every day we will have our cortisol level escalating, rising up. If we can do simple things that make sure that if it rises to a certain level, we break the escalation so that it comes down naturally. If you do that every day, you are resilient. Your body becomes stronger. It doesn't go to a critical level. It doesn't go to a chronic stress level. Chronic stress, all the problems that we see happens because the cortisol level just escalate. There is no break. Just like a circuit breaker, you need a circuit breaker to prevent it from escalating. All right, let's carry on our discussion. We talked about the signs of symptoms for children. Do you see any signs that would be different for adults? What do you see in your own experiences? What are your major signs of the alarm bells that your cortisol level is going really high up? That's common among adults like yourself. Or maybe teachers don't have stress because they are such good human beings. What do you think? Muscle tension, yes, thank you. Gastric, hard to sleep. Dysfunctional at work, yeah, can't focus, right? Bad temper, yeah, because we get very irritable, right? Things that don't usually bother us, a bit of noise and we go angry, yeah. Yeah, Salimatul, pimples, right? Especially for the younger ones. Maybe if you're older than like me, the pimples don't come out anymore, right? Marianne, true, shaking, right? Tremors, tremors. Yeah, that happens. Tired, irritable, vertigo, correct? Eyesight becomes weaker. The negative thoughts. Sazaliza is correct. Not interested to do anything, right? Marina says getting silent, withdrawn, right? Mina says lethargic. Yes, it's true. Sometimes you get sinuses and other respiratory problem, right? Nur Farah says it gets a bit sensitive, right? Lack of appetite, correct? All the food issue, right? Angry. So I can see that many of us are familiar with the signs of stress. Yeah. So which is why I think it's important for us to think about this, not just about helping our students, but more importantly, helping ourselves, right? Because if we understand our stress better, we can then help our students to manage their stress. But we must do it first to ourselves, right? Help ourselves before we help our students. So let's start and do that. Okay, let us self-reflect and do self-assessment. Okay, I will show here 16 questions. I want you to honestly answer. Don't have to tell me. Do it on your own. Your answers for each of the questions. For each question, think about your experiences in the past 1 week, not 1 year, just last week, the whole of last week. 0, if the answer doesn't apply. 1, sometimes. 2, most of the considerable part of the time. 3, most of the time. Okay, so you put 0, 1, 2, or 3 for each question. Don't have to put it in the chat because keep it private and personal. Those of you who are in the registered, you know the materials that I gave, materials for group activities. You got the package yesterday, materials for activities. This self-assessment checklist is in that, so you can write down in that in those slides your own rating. Do you have it? Madam Suhaila, do you have yours?
Yes,
Okay.
Prof.
Yeah, so I just was reminding everybody that I think we distributed a pack of slides that says materials for activities.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so one of it is this self-assessment checklist.
Yeah.
So if you have that with you, you can write down your ratings there. If not, just note down your rating for the 16 questions on a piece of paper. Okay, so let's do the
Okay,
first
Prof.
5 questions first. I experienced breathing difficulty. How often in the last 1 week? Dryness of mouth. Okay, for those who are fasting, this one may be a bit tricky. Yeah? Your mouth is dry because you are fasting. So not so sure about this, right? Maybe at night, yeah, when you're not fasting. Did you
How do
experience?
we determine the dryness of mouth? Is it where our lips are, chipped, or is it because we can't swallow our? Is it from here? Like, how do we determine?
Good question. So it's more like when you find that there's less saliva in your mouth, so you got to find that you need to swallow, right? Yeah. So which is why I say if you are fasting, it's a bit hard to know, because is it because you are stressed or because you didn't drink? So think about at night whether you have dryness of mouth at night. That's a sign of stress. Even when you're not, when after you break on your fast, you still have this. Okay. Getting upset by small things. How often did it happen in the last 1 week? Feeling scared or worried for no good reason. If you had a bad dream or you saw a scary monster, that's a good reason for being scared. Okay? Somebody shocked you. For no good reason, you feel scared, right? Difficult to tolerate, very impatient. Some people say that, get angry, irritated when people interrupt you. Right? Next set of questions. Getting upset easily. You worry about situations that you may embarrass yourself, panic. You feel shaky. Some people talk about being shaky. Did it happen in the last 1 week? Getting impatient. Simple things like elevator, traffic light. You know how it is sometimes going to an elevator? You actually need to press only once, right? See people press like many times, right? Impatient, yeah? Perspire more than usual, sweaty palms, even though you are sitting in a room, indoor, you're not doing any strenuous work, you're still sweating. Okay? So note down your rating for each of these questions. Then the last set of questions is this. You really feel panicky most of the time. You find that even though you're sitting down normally at home, you find that your heart rate was going very fast. Hey, how come my heartbeat suddenly going fast? Did you find yourself being irritable? Means get irritated very fast. People say normally, no lah, go away, stop it. Overreact, right? Somebody tells you, maybe somebody disturb you and you shout more than usual. Then once you get upset or irritated, very hard to calm down, more than usual.
But Prof, for question 14, right? I feel overreact could be from two perspectives, from other people's perspective on whether we are overreacting. Like how can we tell that we are overreacting? Okay,
good question. This is from your own perspective. Sometimes after being overreacted, you think about, oh dear, why did I do that?
Okay.
Like for example, okay, suddenly you'll find that, just for example, fasting month, maybe you go and buy something to eat for your breakfast, right? Sometimes, I'm sure in Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei, there's always the Ramadan bazaar, right? People sell kuih, right? The cakes, right? So you buy one at home to eat. Then at break time, you found that, you eat it, this food is not right. I mean, it's already slightly bad. And then you get so angry, so upset. What you do? You throw away that food. then you're still upset. So you throw away all the food that you have on your table.
Wow.
That's overreacting lah,
Okay.
right? Because you say it's all not nice, it's all thing, those kind of things, yeah. So that's what I mean. Yeah? Or if you accidentally drop a cup, the cup break, you get so upset. What do? You throw away the whole tea set. Yeah. So you got all your ratings for the 16 questions?
Yeah,
Okay, good.
I got mine. How about the rest? Teachers, you get yours already? You don't have to tell. You just speak to yourself. All right. Thank you, Teacher Liza.
I must thank Lo Yen Yong for actually sharing, putting the materials in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. So helpful.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay. So once you have that, please total up your ratings. Add all your ratings to get total ratings. And let's talk about what it means. Yeah. Okay. I'm not going to ask you to disclose, to tell everybody what's your rating, because that's only for you to know. Okay. Yeah. So if your total rating is below 25, generally is at the average level. Yeah, you're managing your stress well, or at least for the past 1 week, things were still okay for you. Yeah. If your total rating is between 26 to 40, generally okay, but you may have some stressful events in the last week or so. So it means that, okay, this is a sign you need to take a break and then do something to break the cycle. And we're going to talk about how to break the cycle a little bit later, right? If your score is between 26 to 40, then you continue to monitor the sign. And if it still continue to persist for perhaps the next week or so, that's when you need to seek help, because it means that your cortisol level is rising to a dangerous level. If you're more than 40, then this is a sign that you are really that your stress is really at the high level. You need help, right? Speak to your family members, get help. Yeah, speak to your colleagues, because this is if it's more than 40, then your body is really your body is speaking to you. Your body is telling you that, please, I need help. Go get help. So this is one way that we can, some of the things that we can do to start to self-monitor. Because the problem with stress is that everybody kind of know about it. If you know, even I'm sure before today, many of you know that the signs of stress, and many of you know, yeah, that I was stressed. The problem is we are not aware when the stress is at the lower manageable level. We are only aware when it becomes overwhelming, when it gets too high. So one of the important strategy is to understand what is stress, recognize within ourselves the signs of stress early on, so that we can have a sensing of when it is escalating, so that we can put in strategies to lower it down. And that is the same thing that you want to teach your children, especially those with learning disabilities who have higher risk of stress. Okay. Now, one of the things that I always stress, yeah. So after you do the checklist, you find the stress. If it's really needing help, please seek help, right? Sometimes, and in fact, during circuit breaker, there are lots of websites now coming up with have self-assessment like that. Sometimes even self-diagnosis. There's good and bad about it. The good part is that sometimes people are too shy to go to a doctor for mental health issues. At least they can do the checklist on their own time and then see whether or not they need help. The problem is that after they do the online checklist themselves, and then the results tell them to please consult a doctor or a qualified mental health provider as soon as possible. That's what the answer says. What do? They go and see Dr. Google. They don't go and see the real doctor. They Google for strategies for stress. They self-diagnose and they self-treat. That is not what you should do. Okay, if the assessment shows that you are really having high stress level and you need to see a professional, please do so. Okay? because many of the strategies that people share online, this is to prevent. This strategies is good if it is at the slightly lower or moderate level where you can manage it to prevent it from being crisis level. But if you're already at crisis level, please seek help directly from professional. Okay. All right. So one of the things that we therefore need to help our students understand is to understand the cycle of anxiety, right? I talked about anxiety, stress escalating and de-escalating. So because everybody worries sometimes, it's very common to be worried and anxious. When does it become a problem for our students that we should be worried about? Okay. So we talk about symptoms just now. And if you look at the symptoms, actually, if you look at it, these are not, these are typical signs of worry that many children and teens go through, right? They experience fear. Sometimes they don't like to go to a toilet. They don't like to participate in class, crying, avoid. It's quite common. It's nothing unusual. Okay. So the problem occurs when all these things haven't occur frequently and is persistent over time. Yeah. Just like when you do the assessment, we look at whether they happen in just 1 week. The frequency and the persistence. And if it carry on for weeks upon weeks, that's a danger sign or a warning signal. When secondly, when you look at when the worry interfere with daily activities. Sure, you may have a bit of anxiety and lack of sleep, but over time you can, if you can catch up on your sleep and then get back to functioning, it's fine. But if you have persistently poor sleep, it becomes a headache, and then what happens is the child cannot concentrate in class, cannot finish homework, and end up avoiding school, then end up not wanting to go to school. When it interferes with daily activities, that's a danger sign. It tells you that the crisis level is approaching. And this is important because without help and intervention, the symptoms of anxiety will lead to depression, serious depression. And the studies have shown this, right? 70 cases of anxiety actually occurs before depression. People who are diagnosed to have depression, the doctor find out that before the depression occurs, they become anxious first. Become anxious, they cannot do things, they get withdrawn, they keep to themselves, isolate, they become more and more withdrawn, more and more unhappy. Then what happened? It falls into depression. So this is the danger of not addressing stress and anxiety early. It can create, result in a more serious mental health disorders. Okay. And the problem with children is that when they have fears and anxiety, what do? They avoid it. Oh, right. I don't like to read in class, I avoid. Or I don't like to do this, I avoid. They withdraw, right? And the problem is that when you avoid, you actually missing the opportunity to learn your coping strategies. Okay. So this is part of the cycle of anxiety that we need to understand, and we need to teach this to our youngsters so that they understand. So let me briefly explain what is the cycle of anxiety. So when a person is worried, right? We learn it from the video. So there'll be physical reactions, heart rate increase, anxious, sweaty palms, right? Nervous. So there's a physical reaction. So when the physical reaction happens, it leads to negative thoughts. Oh no, what's going to happen? Yeah. Say for example, when the child is anxious about reading in class. So every time the teacher asks to read, heart palpitation, dry mouth, right? Nervous, avoid eye contact. Then what are the negative thoughts in the child's mind? Oh no, if I make a mistake, my friend will laugh at me. Oh no, they're gonna laugh at me. My teacher is gonna scold me for reading wrongly. All these negative thoughts. So with that thoughts, what happened? He or she will avoid. So reading a bit, read slowly, softly, right? Mumble, don't want to read. Maybe the teacher said, can you please read louder, read louder? Then she doesn't want. So the teacher got angry. She said, wow, you're so, how come you don't follow my instructions? Disobedient. Being rude. Teacher asks you, keep asking you question, read louder, you just read softly, because he or she is afraid that will be scolded if he reads wrongly. So because of that, what will happen? The child will avoid reading. So if tomorrow, she knows in the timetable there's reading, what might she do? Don't bring the book. So the teacher asks, so-and-so, you read? Sorry, teacher, I cannot. Why? I didn't bring the book. Wow, what happens? Get further scolding, right? Correct? Then the next day, what she do? If there's reading again, then tomorrow, mommy, I got stomach ache, I cannot go to school. Then it starts, right? Finding excuse to not to go to school, especially if that day she has to read in class, because the cycle of anxiety makes the child want to avoid situations. So what happens if the child keeps avoiding situation that she needs to read? Will she ever learn to read? No, right? Will the teacher even know that actually the reason why this girl doesn't want to read is because she has reading difficulties? They don't know that. The teacher wouldn't know. The teacher might think that this girl is just being disobedient, trying to be funny, being lazy, right? Having a behavior problem. So, and the girl will just becoming more and more anxious every time reading activity comes in class. And this will again create more serious physical reactions. So from nervousness, heartbeat, to perhaps stomach ache, ulcer, headache, and it goes on and on and on. So this is a cycle of anxiety. Anxiety leads to avoidance. And the avoidance limit the opportunity for the child to learn coping strategy. So the anxiety and the cycle gets bigger and bigger. So one of the things that we need to know is, how do we break the cycle? We don't let the cycle continue. How do we break it? And we can break it even at the early stages. The next video will tell us daily habits that can help us break the cycle. So let's listen. Give me a minute as I sort this out. I hope listening to me talking about stress doesn't make you all stressed. Huh? Don't worry. We will practice deep breathing so that you all will calm down. Okay.
Hello, teachers. Today, we will learn about how daily habits can break the cycle of anxiety. Do you know there are specific strategies that can act like a circuit breaker to the cycle of anxiety? If we are able to use these strategies effectively and can make them part of our daily life habits, we will develop a good internal system in our minds and bodies. This can help us deal with daily stressors. These habits can also prevent stressful situations from becoming prolonged and turning into chronic anxieties. The electrical wiring in all our houses and buildings have a circuit breaker. This circuit breaker is an automatically operated electrical switch designed to protect our homes and buildings. When there is a faulty electricity, we get a short circuit from excess current or an electrical overload. The circuit breaker protects the system by interrupting the current flow when an overload is detected. By the same analogy, when our mental system is overstressed and overloaded with anxiety, we need something that can act like a circuit breaker to interrupt the cyclical symptoms of anxiety and prevent more serious damage from recurring in our minds and bodies. There are 4 important daily habits that can be the circuit breaker to our stress and anxieties. The first is to start our day right with a good morning routine. How you start your day in the morning will set the tone for the entire day. Many people start the day with activities that actually increases stress. They look at handphones for the latest news or work messages and drink caffeine. Caffeine causes alertness, but it also causes increases in anxious responses. So, if you can, change your morning beverage to something that refreshes you without the caffeine, like juice or milk. With the internet and mass media outlets surrounding us, we now get constant streaming news around the world 24/7. They bring us news about disasters and troubles that are far away, and many of these are distressing information that provokes anxiety. We can't do anything about them, and it's too far away to affect us, but we are still impacted by the emotional response to this stressful information. So, if you start the day scrolling through news streams on your handphones, or by reading newspapers, or even watching television, you give other people the power to influence your stress response levels. So don't start the day by flooding your brains with news. Instead, start by asking yourself what you want the tone of your day to be. Do you want a calm day? Do you want your day to be motivating and positive? Then choose an activity that you know can put you in these moods to start the day. These could be listening to calming music, or to podcasts of motivational speech, meditating, or praying. The most important thing is that the first thing you do in the morning is something that you choose. After a whole day of working and dealing with daily life demands, the end of the day is also another critical point to have a built-in circuit breaker for your stress and anxiety. Sleep is really important to help the brain that is responsible for planning and sorting out information. The brain needs to recharge and recover itself for the next day. But we know that it can be hard to sleep when you're anxious or when you've had a stressful day. That's why all of us, regardless of whether we are feeling stressed or not, must set up a daily routine for good sleep hygiene so that we can get good quality sleep at all times. So make sure you get enough sleep. For adults, that's at least 8 hours a day. Avoid looking at handphones or tablets at least 30 minutes before bedtime. These devices give off blue light that can keep us alert and hence disrupts the quality of sleep. The third important circuit breaker for the cycle of anxiety is exercise. Daily exercise is an effective way of releasing pent-up stress and physical responses that comes from anxiety. 5 minutes of exercise each day have been shown to reduce cortisol and adrenaline levels. Exercise is useful to reduce tensions in the body, improve mood, and quality of sleep. Cardio exercises that involve fast breathing are the most effective way of reducing stress, but any kind of physical movement is useful, such as walking or riding a bicycle. So, making daily short exercise a part of your daily routine is building another layer of circuit breaker for the cycle of anxiety. Exercising in nature, such as walking in the park or in the garden, is very useful. This is because being with nature also lowers stress levels. When you are unable to go out, such as during lockdown, you could even do some light exercises or stretches inside your own house. The fourth circuit breaker that we can install for anxiety is to build the ability to activate our parasympathetic responses. We learned this earlier in the previous chapter. The parasympathetic nervous system slows the stress response by releasing hormones that counter the effects of cortisol. As a result, it relaxes the mind and body while inhibiting or slowing many of the high energy functions of the body. One important way to activate the parasympathetic responses in our bodies is to complete a task and acknowledge it. This is the most natural way of activating the parasympathetic response. When you are worried about a school or work deadline and you manage to turn it in, you feel the stress go away. The sense of completing a task successfully, any task, will activate the parasympathetic response in our nervous systems. This will release hormones that will in turn calm us down, reduce heart rate, and lower blood pressure. In our modern world, where most of our works are produced virtually, even after you complete a task, it can be hard to see the results. So this next tip is important. Find a way to acknowledge that you have completed a task. Make the acknowledgement concrete. For example, you can tick off tasks on a checklist of things that you have completed in one day. The concrete act of ticking these tasks off can give you a sense of completion. Another way is to break the task into smaller activities that will enable the person to see the task completion more often. Celebrate the completion of tasks. I have shared 4 important daily habits that you can start working on to build the circuit breaker for anxieties. However, these circuit breakers cannot be long-term solutions to managing anxiety. Just as our electrical circuit breaker cannot be a solution to a faulty electrical system, we need to have more enduring and sustainable solutions to dealing with anxiety and stress. We will discuss these longer-term strategies in the next chapter. So now, can you identify any circuit breaker activities that can be done for yourself and also can be taught and shared to the learners with disabilities in your classroom? Let's start to
That's an interesting question, right? So you learn in the video strategies that you can use. Let's think about how we can incorporate it in our class. But maybe you already done, but you don't realize it. Okay. Any of the ideas you think can easily be done in the classroom? It talks about starting the day right? How you want to start your day. Think about, as teachers, when we go into the classroom in the morning, what questions do you ask your students? How can you ask the questions that will be beneficial to help them manage stress? How are you today? Good. Do you ask, okay, everybody, have you done your homework? Will that increase stress or lower stress? Did you read the homework yesterday? Right. Yes, Mina, good question. Did you sleep well today? Okay, how many of you sleep well today? By asking that question, you get immediate feedback. How many of your students are having sleep difficulties? Yeah. What did you eat for breakfast? You know then you know what did they eat, and perhaps you know how students who may be coming into school without breakfast. Okay. So these are the ways that you can ask, and maybe try and set a routine whereby you ask the questions that doesn't increase their anxiety level at the start of the day, because that will determine how it will pan out. Okay. The other thing also, they talk about physical activity. Now, I work with many special schools in Singapore, and some of them have put this in place. You can Google the school later if you want to read about it. But what they do is they make it as a school routine. Everybody in the school, they start the school day with running. Before assembly, everybody do a quick run down the field or a brisk walk. And this is a school for children with autism. And that really, really helped to manage the stress level. Okay? So this is something that you can try as a school, or maybe your classroom. So if those of you who have classes where you have 2 or 3 children with autism, maybe not just for them, but for everybody. Maybe as a start of class, first 5 minutes, everybody do brisk walking around the courtyard or the field. And it becomes a daily routine. That in itself can help to manage stress for everybody. Okay. The other one is, you know, the checklist. Show completion. We all do that. Some of us like to do that, write the list what to do, right? We write the list what to do, but sometimes we forget to do the tick. Sometimes when we do the tick is important so that you get a concrete feedback to your parasympathetic system that you've completed it. Okay. Every assignment. And remember yesterday somebody asked the question, what to do at college level when you give a task. And I give the example of, for the child with ADHD, you give the same deadline, but you give sub deadlines. right? In one, so if the whole essay is due in 4 weeks, the first week your topic, second week your structure, the third week first 4 paragraph, and then the last week, the fourth week is your whole essay. So you can write down for the child, teach the child to write down the subtasks, each of the little assignment deadlines. When you finish or title, click it, so that at least I've completed something. Sometimes stress becomes bigger when we think of, oh no, I haven't passed up, I haven't completed. You start something, but you worry a lot about the things that you haven't done, and you forget to look at the things that you have done. And that creates anxiety, and that makes it even more difficult for you to complete your work. So simple thing like checklist will help. So again, we talked about visual supports, right? For the child that is struggling with anxiety, give him the visual charts. He tick it himself so that he feels a sense of completion. Simple things that can really be, that go a long way to help manage daily anxiety. Okay. Let's see whether, Rosaini, you mentioned about token. Maybe you want to elaborate a little bit. How will you use token? I like that idea. The token system. Or maybe some others would have experience using a token system to in their classrooms. Rosaini says to give students a token when they do their homework. Wonderful. Again, a concrete way, right? To say, well done, you complete the work. Yeah. Sometimes children need that concrete feedback. Good, thank you. An acknowledgement in itself rewards, initiates or triggers the parasympathetic system, gives you the hormones that calms down or lowers the cortisol level. And what I like about Rosaini is that she gives the token because they hand in, not about good quality. Even though the answer is not perfect, she gives the token to recognize the effort of coming, and that's important. Because otherwise, if we only reward if it's a perfect answer, then we are not rewarding the effort, and no wonder the child is stressed. We will actually generate more anxiety because I don't know how to answer. Then the child will avoid even handing in, right? Which will then create a negative cycle. There's so many good examples in the chat, people writing down, giving stickers, giving positive rewards, giving certificates. I like that, Mina, because certificates you can print. Gifts sometimes cost a lot. I don't know about teachers' pay in your country lah. Sometimes not very much. So yes, using Google and give rewards, good. Yeah, short break, high five. I like that. Give high five and cheer, celebrate, right? And whenever a child finish something, right? Okay, excellent. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, I'm going to share with you 2 specific strategies that have been shown to be very helpful to help as a protective factor for managing stress. And these are strategies that we can actually teach our students. The first one is something called positive self-talk. Okay, what is self-talk first? This is an internal dialogue, the things that we say to ourselves that we often have in our own heads when we go about daily activities. You do that, right? Normal people do that as you go, oh yeah. Sometimes we mutter it, but sometimes it's quiet. Nobody knows except ourselves. It's a natural way that mind process information, and our self-talk actually influence our responses and behavior. Self-talk can be negative or positive. Okay, so positive self-talk is when whatever you say to yourself can become a defense mechanism for anxiety. Right? If you can create positive self-talk, that's a defense mechanism to protect anxiety. So the question is, how do we teach students with LD this important coping mechanism so that they can be resilient. 3 important steps. Okay. First step, teach them to identify what I would call false alarm. So negative self-talk, of course, you know, it's such a technical word, right? Negative self-talk. So how to describe to children what is negative self-talk? Because, you know, false alarm. You can tell, you know, everybody worries sometimes. Sometimes I worry, you worry. So with children, you don't use the word anxiety. You use simple words, worry. Right? Some worries are normal, but some worries are false alarm. Okay? So you teach them that concept. So when something is a false alarm, they make you worry unnecessarily. So how do you, the next step, you teach them to challenge, to counter the false alarm with real facts. And then replace the false alarm with helpful thoughts or positive self-talk. So use this language, teach your children words like false alarm, real facts, helpful thoughts. Okay, give you an example. These are negative self-talk or false alarms that are actually being said by children with learning disabilities. So this child, this is perhaps during COVID, right? Where every day he's hearing about people getting sick, so it doesn't want to go out. Even now it has where it's no more lockdown and people have opened up. The child still very anxious and don't want to leave the house. What is the negative thought in the child's mind? No, I cannot go out of the house. If I go out of the house, I get sick and then I go to ICU and then I die. Right? That's an example of negative self-talk, false alarm, right? Okay. Another false alarm. When the child is struggling to do work and finding the work difficult. What is the negative self-talk? No one can help me in my work. If I ask for help in school, they will think me stupid. They will hate me. Nobody will want to friend me. Negative self-talk, right? Another negative self-talk. This child in a group, supposed to be part of the group, and then they have a group chat because they have some group project to do. She asks a question, then nobody answers. Oh, I've texted the group an hour ago. No one has replied. They must be angry with me, mad at me. They don't want to be my friends anymore. Anxiety. Okay? So these are examples of negative self-talk. If we don't address, it can just create a cycle of anxiety and makes the anxiety worse. So what can be done? Before that, you notice some features about this negative self-talk. Yeah? It is catastrophizing. In other words, it makes something like a big disaster. Okay? Yeah, of course, people, there are people who get sick during COVID, but in the child's mind, if you go out of the house, you will get sick, you will get ICU, and you will die. Catastrophe. The minute you go out, catastrophe happens, right? Similarly, if I ask for help, no, I will not have friends. Well, the link between not asking for help can become to catastrophe of no one will want to be your friend just because you ask for help. And the third one, just because no one texts you back, well, everybody hates me. So there's a level of catastrophe. And for the last one, it's also personalizing. Yeah, it might not be true, but this person, the actions or non-actions of others, she personalizes it, and that increases the anxiety. So these are examples of negative self-talk, and there are many, and I'm sure you would have experienced it or would have actually heard people having negative self-talk. So these are the examples of false alarm that we must recognize and teach children to recognize and say, oh, that's a false alarm. So what do? Step 2, we challenge it with real facts and then replace it. So let's try that one by one. So the first one, if I leave the house, I get sick, then I go to go to ICU or worse. Okay. So the real facts is how? What do we say? We say, well, there are many possible outcomes, right? Many people also go out, they don't get sick. And there are many possible outcomes, even if you get sick, right? Not everybody go to hospital. So you counter it with real facts. And then you replace the negative self-talk with positive self-talk. An example of a positive self-talk: if you're anxious about going out, oh, I can make smart choices to keep myself safe. I can choose to wear a mask. I can also choose the time and place that I can go out to avoid crowded places. So this is a positive self-talk. The child is still anxious, but instead of saying, if I go out, I get sick, I go to ICU, I die. You teach the child a new script that is positive. Oh, I'm anxious. I can make smart choice. I can choose to wear mask. I can choose a time that is less crowded. Okay, so you see the 3 steps. Okay, let's try again. The next one. This one is the one that thinks that when she texts a group, no one answer. No one answer. They must be mad at me. They don't want to be my friends. Okay. Set 2 is challenge with real facts. What are the real facts? There are many reasons why they are unable to answer. Maybe they are busy. Maybe they are occupied with chores. Check your stack message. Did you ask them to respond? Maybe you just ask them you give a message, but you didn't say please respond. Maybe your friends did not realize that you're waiting for a reply. These are real facts to counter the false alarm. Third step is what? Teach positive self-talk. Okay. Example. I know my friends and family will help and support me if I need help. I too will help them if they are in need, just as I've done before. So if the child sends a text, nobody answers, he doesn't say, oh, they hate me, they're going to be angry. No. My family and friends will help me if I need help. Because I helped them before, they will also help me. They're not angry with me. A positive self-talk to counter a negative talk. The last one again. No one can help me in my work. But this is if I ask help, they think I'm stupid, and so on and so forth. Challenge with real facts. Your teacher told you in the class, raise your hand if you need help, and I will help you. John, your friend, is a good student in class, and he asked for help during maths yesterday. John is popular and have many friends because he is kind to others. So draw example of people who did ask for help and is popular. Counter with real facts. And teach positive to replace. Yeah. There are kind people in my class, like my teacher, Mrs. Low, and John, my classmate. They will help me when I need it. I too will help them when they need help. Okay, so this is an example, and I'm sure you can think of many other examples. The way you teach it, of course, depends on the level of age and ability of the child. Yeah. Okay. So that's one strategy. Another very good strategy is deep breathing. And I think just now, many of you give the suggestion of deep breathing. And indeed, yeah, breathing really helps to calm down, lower down the cortisol level. The question is that how do we teach deep breathing to young learners with learning disabilities? So this video will give some will teach us some technique. How do we teach it to children with who may have a disability? So let's listen. Oh, sorry. Stop share first. Sorry about that. As you listen to the video, you can join in, practice your own deep breathing, especially if we're talking about anxiety, stress, self-assessment is already making you stress. Please join in and do the deep breathing with the video.
Hello, teachers. Today, we will learn about teaching deep breathing to young children. In Chapter 1, we learned that deep breathing is a good strategy to manage stress. Deep breathing increases the supply of oxygen to your brain and stimulates the parasympathetic nervous system, which promotes a state of calmness. Breathing techniques help you feel connected to your body. It brings your awareness away from the worries in your head and quiets your mind. Deep breathing only takes a few minutes and is an easy way to relax and let your worries go. You can do it pretty much anywhere. A key factor is that we must do deep breathing properly. Many people are breathing in ways that are not helpful to reduce stress. In fact, when feeling stressed, many people hyperventilate. That is, they take quick, shallow breaths. When they do this, they take in more carbon dioxide than oxygen. This imbalance can cause their body to tense up more and may even cause further anxiety and panic. As teachers or educators, it is best if we could understand and learn how to properly do deep breathing techniques so that we could help our learners with disabilities to perform this technique. In addition, doing these techniques can also bring us to a relaxed state. So, let us start, shall we? Proper breathing engages the diaphragm. Each breath should push the diaphragm down, which usually inflates the belly. This is sometimes called belly breathing, which is the healthiest way to breathe and has a relaxing effect on the body. When you breathe properly, you will feel less stressed in just a few minutes. A common mistake is the shoulder breathing, that is, lifting the shoulders while taking in a breath instead of belly breathing. This is not deep breathing. Now, let's try to understand the differences. First, try to lift your shoulder and pop your chest out while taking a breath. Next, inflate your belly and take a deep breath. Can you feel the differences between these two approaches? Because deep breathing does not come naturally, most children and some adults need to be taught the technique. For learners with disabilities, the way we teach the deep breathing technique would need to be more structured and explicit. It is important to demonstrate and use other children to role-play how to do this. Now, I will show 3 important strategies of teaching deep breathing to young children and children with disabilities. The first step is to learn the basic belly breathing technique. Get the children to lie down and place their hands over their bellies. Ask them to take a big breath and raise their bellies. They can see their hands moving up and down as they inhale and exhale. Get them to practice this several times, first lying down, then sitting, and then finally while standing. Once the children master the basic belly breathing technique, you can teach them how to focus and sustain their deep breathing. Using visual cues is a good way to help learners with disabilities focus their attention on this activity. Teach your children to use the fingers on their hands as a visual guide. Raise the left hand with the palm away from you and spread your fingers apart. With your right hand, use the index finger to trace the outline of each finger continuously. Match your deep breathing with the movement of your index finger. As the finger traces up the thumb, you breathe in deeply. When the index finger goes down the thumb, you breathe out. Continue with the next finger, breathing in as you go up and breathing out as you go down. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. You will see that I am moving my index finger slowly and deliberately. This is important to ensure regular and deep inhale and exhale. Get your students to practice this second step. They can also do it in pairs, with one buddy checking to see that the partner is breathing correctly. The last technique is to do thankful breathing. This is a method of combining deep breathing with gratitude. We have learned that people who express gratitude are more resilient and experience fewer stress symptoms. This is how you do thankful breathing. First, put your fingers and hands together to make the shape of a heart. Focusing attention on the heart-shaped hands, think of 3 things in your life that you are grateful for or make you happy. Express your gratitude using gratitude statements such as, I am thankful for my family. Today, my mom made me my favorite food. I am thankful. today, my friends helped me with my schoolwork. I am thankful. After each thankful statement, take a deep breath. You can also make thankful breathing a routine daily activity in your class, either at the start of the lesson or the end of the day before they leave school. This is a positive and calming way to start or end their day in school. Now you know breathing techniques, particularly belly breathing and thankful breathing, to help manage stress. Thank you for watching.
Okay. I see that some of you joined in, which is really good, so that you can have a chance to do it. So like I said, I think as adults, we know to breathe, but for young children, they may not know how to do it properly. And for children with learning disabilities, they may need the concrete structure, which is why, remember yesterday we learned about multisensory. So this is also, there's a visual thing, right? Yeah, teach them. And if they do this every day as part of your routine, it becomes a strategy for them. And if you teach them, sometimes when you feel that nervous, when you get worried, do your deep breathing. I've done this with many children, even for children with autism. And what they tell me is that once they master the technique, even outside school, if their families, when they're feeling nervous, they will automatically do this. It becomes a life strategy for them. So something simple doesn't cost anything. You don't need the therapies for that. So this is something that you can do. Yeah. Okay. Great. Question time for 5 minutes before we go on to the last segment.
Okay, Prof. So in the chat box, there are messages saying, I'm thankful able to enroll and participate in this course. I'm thankful.
Wonderful.
Today.
Yeah. It's a very good technique, because just now we'll be discussing about stress. You do your self-assessment. If you're stressful, deep breath and give thanks. Yeah.
Okay, Prof. Back to the questions here. This is from Brunei. I think Pangeran Salimatul Sada. In the current system, for some countries where students' academic performance are part of the teachers and schools' KPI, how can we encourage teachers to also address students' emotional and mental well-being and develop their talents and non-academic strength, especially when these are not measured and not included as part of their KPI? How can we transform this system?
Okay, I will give a quick answer to this, because this is another one of the things that we're going to discuss tomorrow, right? How we can create an ecosystem of school. You're right, things are not measured. Of course, some things we measure, but it's more important to do things that are meaningful. Not everything you measure is meaningful, and not every meaningful is measured. I think in most cases, we know that there is a curriculum, there is an academic curriculum, but in many systems now, there is a social emotional curriculum, an explicit intended outcome for teachers to teach social emotional skills as part of the school core curriculum. Of course, you don't test for it, but just because you don't test for it doesn't mean it's not important. Doesn't mean that we don't put it in the curriculum. Many things also, PE, do you test? Is there an exam for PE? All right. Is PE important? Important, yeah. Right? In some systems for your CCA, is there an exam for your CCA?
What is that?
No.
CCA?
Co-curricular activity, clubs. Okay. Is there an exam for that? No. But is it important? Yes. So it's not true that schools, most schools that I know, they actually focus on, not everything is measured. So we have to check our own assumptions as teachers, right? And if we can convince ourselves, our colleagues and the parents that it is not learning this side and social emotional this side. It's part of the same holistic education. We learn today how important it is. If a child have learning difficulties, it affects their anxiety, emotions. If the emotion is affected, they don't learn well. So you cannot say, oh, I only do this, I cannot do that. You have to. If you are concerned about learning, you have to be concerned about the social emotional, right? And and I hope the information that I'm sharing you today and yesterday and 3 days, you can use it, take it back, share it with your colleagues, share it with your heads of department, share it with parents, share it with teachers. You need to create the whole community that believe in this. And that's how we move forward. We're going to discuss it more tomorrow. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Not everything we measure is meaningful, and not everything meaningful are measured. Something like that. I should take better notes. Prof. Okay, moving on to the next question here from Ms.
Simply
Lily.
put, it is important to measure things, but it's more important to do things that are important and meaningful, right?
Right.
Not necessarily measurable. Yeah.
Correct. From Ms. Lily, can anxiety be in a form of being defensive excessively?
Okay. I suppose defensive means always give excuses. The person give excuses. Oh, how come you never do this? Oh, because of this, because of that. Well, that is, to me, being defensive is a sign that the person is avoiding. It's an avoidance mechanism. And yes, as we learned just now, as part of the cycle of anxiety is that it makes the person continue to avoid, right? And when they avoid something, they usually like to give excuses or reasons to justify the fact that they want to avoid it. Yeah.
Okay, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Next question from Henry Firdaus. Prof, is there the right strategy for dealing with dyslexia students, but the motivation is very low to come to school?
Okay, the right strategy, I think, is basically what we have talked about today. It's not unique to dyslexic. If they don't want to come to school, you need to find out what is happening. It might be a learning issue. It might be an emotional issue. Think about the Yanko's case. First, he started with enjoying himself. Then, because his reading disability is not affected, it's not addressed, he avoids schooling, right? So if you want the child to come back to school, then you may want to reach out to the child and family, find out what's happening, encourage him to come to school step by step. Hey, start with what the child likes to do and is good is doing. So for example, if the child likes drawing, okay, I know you but today we have drawing first lesson. Never mind, you can come to school just for the drawing class. If after that you still feel not well, you can go back. So you give the child a sense, I can come to school and then go back. Right, if you're not well, then the next day, okay, maybe stay a little bit longer. The next day, stay a bit. So give gradual steps for the child to feel safe to come back to school. Start with what he likes to do and can do before moving into something that he is the source of the anxiety, right?
Okay. Thank you, Prof. From Petlet Mahendran, I would like to know, how do we make most children with LD to understand that life is comprised of ups and downs? For example, frustration is one aspect that most children with LD don't understand. Some internalize it, while others manifest the emotion through anger or some other intense behavior like shouting, throwing things, etc. How to make them understand that frustration is good for furtherance of the development, and teach them to see frustration in positive light and accept the fact that one cannot get or achieve everything we want in life.
Okay, I think that's a very thoughtful question, Mahendran, because I think from the wisdom of your own life, you know that life is not smooth. There's always frustration, right? So how can we actually help our students with learning disabilities to gain this wisdom? Okay, a few ways I can think. One is that they will learn it. We learn it from our own experience, right? You got this wisdom from your own life experiences, from your own lived experiences, from your own overcoming your challenges. In a similar way, the best way for your children, for your students to learn it is by them going through successful experiences of overcoming difficulties. So the strategies that we talked about, by you helping them overcome simple frustrations, simple challenges, that gives them the confidence to overcome future challenges. So it is the lived experiences. In addition, you can also share with them your story. especially if you have a good relationship with your students. If you tell them about your frustration, how you feel, how you overcome things that you are worried about, things that you are fearful about, and how it makes you feel after you've overcome it, I think that in itself can be a motivating factor for your students, because they see a role model. Yeah, and of course, the more positive, the more close your students feel towards you, the more impactful will their sharing be, right? So again, we talked about earlier, all the effort that we need to create a positive school environment where there is very good teacher-student relationship. That is the environment that will make it a very powerful place for the teacher to be good role models. Because if the child doesn't feel that the teacher cares, then even though the teacher is showing good example, the child will not want to follow, right? But if you are somebody that the child feels, okay, this teacher cares about me, he is fair. But you see, this teacher, he also has difficulties. He is willing to be vulnerable. He tells me his difficulties and how he has overcome. The students will connect with you, and that's how you teach them indirectly. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah.
Moving on to the next question from Dashiman.
Yeah, maybe this is the last one before we go to the last segment. Yeah.
Okay, from Dashiman. In schools that have integration programs with special education classes, there will often be conflicts between mainstream teachers and parents. As a special education teachers, how to deal with this situation?
Okay, good question. I'm not going to talk about it because tomorrow morning we're going to talk about parent engagement. Okay, right? But safe to say this is an important part. So I'm glad that you asked this question, because one of the key things that we need to work in the ecosystem is how do we work better with the parents. Okay, tomorrow morning.
It's great to see all of these questions. It reflects on how caring and concerned these teachers are.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Into improving themselves, into getting close with the students. So my respect to all the teachers here.
Absolutely, I completely agree with you, Sohaila. The questions tell me that all of you really have the care and concern for your students. Your questions are important. Your questions really show that you have a genuine care. Your students are blessed to have you as teachers.
We are blessed to have you as our speaker. Let us give a round of applause to Prof. Sharifah in the chat box, please. Woo, just to motivate her. Let's go. That's the reaction. Share your reaction in the chat box. Where is it? Oh, yay! All the hand claps coming in. Woohoo! Prof, the best. Wow. Way to go. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Prof.
Okay. Really good that we have a bit positive attitude before we go to the next segment. The next segment is a serious topic. So I must not to warn you, but I think it's a topic that I think is important that we need to talk about. Yeah. Because I think this is and the reason why I included this in is because this is a concern that I see is rising, especially among young people and teens, especially those with learning disabilities. So although it's not a happy topic to talk about, I think it's very important that as teachers, as educators, we educate ourselves in this, so that we know how to help our students if they face this. So if, for example, if you find that some of the things gives you anxiety, remember, deep breathing. Okay, deep breathing. Okay. All right, here we go. And I want to start from what I said earlier. Remember I showed this slide about the comorbidities with mental health? This one. Studies have shown that among students, young people with learning disabilities, they have an 11% more chance of experiencing self-harm and suicide attempt. This is really very disturbing. Okay, so especially self-harm. Yeah, maybe I don't know whether you may have experience with it, but you may have heard of it. Yeah, it's all in the media, right? self-cutting now, teenagers doing this, yeah. So, and this is becoming a concern everywhere. Okay? And parents are upset and teachers are upset. And everybody wants to better understand why is this happening, and more importantly, what can we do about it? So important to understand that it is actually a gradation. Okay, from stress, if you don't address it, anxiety, it becomes depression, and then it becomes persistent self-harm. Suicide ideation is the idea of you just want to think about death, right? And then you have, in some cases, if they don't get help, you get attempt. Okay, so it's important that we understand and we do something about it. Okay, there are many myths and facts, okay, about this. First myth is this: people who cut themselves or self-injure are trying to get attention. There's nothing further from the truth. The painful truth is that people who self-harm actually do it in secret. It's not that they want to show off. Some people say, oh, you know, just want to get attention. Ignore. You don't ignore. They're not doing this to manipulate others or to seek attention. In fact, very often, teenagers, youngsters who do this actually do it in secret, try to hide. They always wear long sleeve cover, even at home, even in the bedroom. They don't want anyone to see, right? And sometimes they're very shameful and fearful about what they've done. And because of the shame and fear, it is very difficult for them to ask for help. Another harmful myth: people who self-injure are crazy or dangerous. Oh, you know, something is going wrong with them. Again, this is a myth. The fact is that, yes, they have a mental health issue like anxiety, depression, but many people do. It doesn't make them crazy or dangerous. In fact, people with mental health are seldom, very few, are violent or dangerous. Most of them actually withdraw, they seclude themselves, they don't want to go out, they don't want to meet people. Yeah. Self-injury is how they cope. Right? So calling them crazy, dangerous, actually is not helpful. In fact, it will make it more difficult for them to get help. Another common misunderstanding: oh, they do this, why do you doing this? Is it they want to die, they want to commit suicide? Not at all. Far from the truth. They don't want to die. When they are self-harming, they're not trying to kill themselves. What they're trying to do is they're trying to cope with the problem and pain. They don't want to stop living. They want to stop the pain that they are feeling. Okay, it is a way of helping them to go on living, right? But again, we know from data that if in the long term, if they continue this, suicide ideation and the risk of suicide is higher. So we must help them. Okay. Sometimes it's just a bit of a cut, small. Yeah. And people, it's okay lah. You're just doing this. If it's not bad, never mind. It's not serious. Again, not true. The severity of the person's cut has little to do with how much he is suffering. He's suffering a lot, although the cut is small. Okay, don't assume that because the wounds and or injuries are minor, you can ignore it. You don't do anything about it. Okay. So those are the myths. So some people then ask, so why do they do this? Why do they do this funny thing? Why do they cut themselves? Why do they harm themselves? What I'm going to show you here are actual comments from some of the youngsters that I work with who experienced this. Yeah, and these are some of the things that they tell me when during counseling, during therapy, they express why is it that they do what they do. This is what one of them said. Actually, when I cut myself, I feel relieved. I feel less anxious because the emotional pain slips away into the physical pain. For some of these youngsters, between a physical pain and an emotional pain, the emotional pain is more unbearable. So because they feel pain, physical pain, their attention is on the physical pain, they pay less attention to the emotional pain. And that's why when they cut, actually they feel relief. It's very sad, isn't it? Another one said, well, the problem is that when I feel stressed, when I feel depressed, I have too much emotional pain. I cannot even say what I'm feeling. I cannot express myself. When I do the cut, there is a physical expression. There's a product of the pain. I can put a mark. I can express the emotional pain and feelings into something like a punctuation mark. So this can express what I'm feeling inside. So it's the way that they express their emotional pain to themselves, not to others. Another youngster shared, usually when I feel sad and anxious and depressed, I feel like a black hole in the pit of my stomach. It feels very empty. Why do you cut yourself? Because at least if I feel pain, feeling pain is better than feeling nothing. Feeling pain is better than feeling that you are nothing. So actually the pain in the mind of the person with depression or anxiety, it has a certain function. Yeah, it's not to gain attention. It's not that they want to die. And this is another child. He says that, well, at least when I cut one time, I see a mark. Gives me control over my body because I can't control anything else in my life. In my school, I feel out of control. I can't do any work. At home, my parents are always quarreling. There's violence at home. I can't control my life. At least I can control what I do when I'm cutting. It gives a sense of predictability. It's a very dysfunctional way, but the reason why I want to share with you their voices is it helps you to see what is happening from the perspective of the child, right? And what's really in their minds when they are cutting. Okay. So as teachers, again, I say it's very hard to sometimes see unless you know the child well, but sometimes there are warning signs and this is happening and we need to know what they are. Sometimes unexplained wounds or cuts, right? Blood stains on towels, bedding. Sometimes when they change into their PE attire, you'll see some signs. Sometimes you see sharp instruments in the bag or in belongings. And sometimes you say, hey, this girl always having accidents. Oh, today accident. Oh, I got plaster here. Tomorrow another accident. How come it's always at the leg, at the hands? Yeah, they explain away their injuries. Yeah. Covering up, like I said, even at home or in the bedroom, they use long sleeve and cover up the whole legs because they don't want anyone to see. If at home, needing to be alone for a long time, feeling alone, isolated, irritable, right? So again, some of this, as teachers, you may know, you can know by observation, or sometimes it may be something that when you discuss with the parent and they share with you, yeah. So of course you don't ask the parent, is he cutting? You can say, oh, does he spend a lot of time in the room? If you see the child being moody, suddenly a change of character, usually the child is happy, now suddenly become moody, isolated. So we want to have a conversation to talk to the parents or people around them to find out. Yeah. And sometimes, and if you have a good relationship with the child, you may even start to have a conversation to ask, how are you? What's happening at home? Are you feeling okay? Yeah, just to have a conversation. Yeah. And if, for example, and this sometimes happens, if the child is comfortable with you, they may tell you, teacher, I cut myself. Right? How you respond is very important. The way you respond to it can mean the child completely climbing up and not wanting to talk about it at all. Or it can mean that you are in a good position to help the child to move forward. So these 4 strategies is so important. If you discover, or if the child tells you, the teenager tells you that he is or she is self-harming. Most important, focus on the feelings, not the action. If you, for example, accidentally saw, and the child knows that you've seen the marks, yeah. Don't immediately say, "Hey, why you do this? Why is like that? Why you cut yourself? Huh? Why you do this?" Not on the action. Okay. Ask them, how are you feeling? Are you okay? Aim to understand where they are coming from, what they are telling you, and whether they want to ask what advice they need from you, right? So even though you see it, don't say, "Hey, why are you doing this?" Don't ask that. How are you feeling? Are you okay? Come, let's talk about it. Let's talk about your day to day. How is it, right? Focus on the feelings, not on the action. Because if you focus on the action, they will actually withdraw even more. Allow the person to communicate in whatever way they feel most comfortable. Sometimes the child is too nervous to talk, especially in the beginning. It's okay. Maybe start off with a conversation. So if you see and you say, "Oh, how are you feeling? Are you okay?" The child doesn't answer. Never mind. Maybe send the child an email. "Oh, how are you? So and so, how are you today? Maybe we can have a talk. Maybe we can, don't force them to show. Oh, show me what else you do. How bad is it?" Don't force. Okay, don't pressure. Give them time to open up. Yeah. And give them time to also process what you share with them, right? Especially if it's a close friend, yeah. And when the child shares with you the emotions, one of the things that you can maybe share as a strategy, as a stopgap measure, the real help for these children is to actually get proper help, either counseling or therapy, right? But sometimes counseling and therapy takes time. So after that discussion, you may say, and then if the child says, "Oh, I feel that it's better that I feel something rather than not feel anything, because the physical pain is better than the emotional pain. Oh, at least I have a mark to say a full stop." Sometimes what I do is I encourage the child, "Okay, I understand that you have problems and you need to resolve them, but maybe the next time, don't cut yourself. I'm very worried if you do this because, there might be infection and you might get ill. So next time you feel like that, maybe instead of cutting, maybe take ice and put there. Yeah. Put ice on your skin. So that is another sensation that replace that you are seeking. Or maybe instead of cutting, you put a red marker pen as a mark. You also have a physical mark instead of cutting. So you suggest simple ways. So to tell the child that, look, I acknowledge that you're doing this to fulfill some need, but maybe you can fulfill it in other way instead of cutting yourself, because this is dangerous, right? And at the same time, let's continue the conversation so that we can talk about what are the real issues that's bothering you, and then we can find solution. Okay, if I can solve it, I can talk to a counselor, and if you need help to talk to your parents, maybe we can think about how to do it together. Okay, so think of it as the journey that the child needs to walk through, but the child knows that, okay, at least with my teacher cares for me, this person cares for me and is willing to journey with me and not judge me. Yeah, so that's just a simple tips for if you do encounter teenagers or youngsters that experience self-harm or self-injury. And as I said earlier, it's important to do this because we know that children with students and youngsters with learning disabilities 11 times more likely, 11% more risk than other students in terms of self-injury. They're more at risk of this kind of behaviors. Okay, I stop for a while and maybe you can ask questions before we carry on to the last few minute segments.
Back to the question.
Yeah, I'm looking at the comments and I thought the comments made about Mahendran, is so important. Confidentiality, yes, absolutely. It's trust. Your trust is gained only if teachers can keep things confidential. Only relevant people must know. Important point, Mahendran. Good that you highlight that, right?
Apart
you.
from Mina, I have a
Mhm.
question. If parents are very concerned and try to communicate their child's challenges at school and at home, asking schools how and what they and schools should do, but school and teachers' perspectives are different and assume that these parents are complaining. In the end, school avoid catering the needs of the child. How should we help the school to see that these parents actually need their help? And how do we help the school change their perspectives?
Okay, so I think that there are many parts to that question. This is where I think if you the question is asking at the school system level, what changes need to happen, right? So for that to happen, you need to give the awareness and understanding to people who are in charge of the school system. And that would be, if you are a teacher, if you're a classroom teacher, it may mean your HOD, it may mean your school principal. But surely, if you as a teacher of the school are concerned about how the school helps parents, perhaps you're not the only one. I'm sure the principal of the school also wants the school to learn, every child in the school to learn well, right? So have a conversation, share your concern. During your teachers' meeting, maybe have a conversation with other colleagues. If you are feeling that way, it might be other teachers are also sharing your concern. And if you have enough people within your school community to share that concern, bring it up to your school management and see what can be done. Right? You cannot solve all problems, but perhaps something small can be started to help parents in the school. Maybe as simple as maybe the school can conduct a parent workshop once a semester, once a year, so that parents can, maybe you can call in speakers to talk to parents in your school, yeah? Or maybe bring them to the school hall. Now there's so many good videos, parent talk, show them, yeah? And that could be a way. So there are many ways that you can do at school. Start with what is doable, but I think more importantly, find people within your community that can be your partners. This is the thing that we're going to discuss more tomorrow, okay?
Prof, from my Sarah binti Shamsul, Prof, how do we identify whether we are in state of positive self-talk or toxic positivity?
Oh, toxic positivity. That's an interesting word. A bit of an oxymoron. If you are positive, you're not toxic. If you're toxic, it's not positive, right? It's an oxymoron. The word oxymoron is two things that don't usually go together. Okay. I would say that. So, but perhaps maybe what you meant is that what was just now asked earlier, where a person gives excuses. The positivity, you choose to see only the positive and completely ignore reality. Okay, now that's not, remember when we say how do we counter negative self-talk, first challenge it with real facts and then replace with positive talk. If you don't use but if you don't even challenge with real facts and you simply say and there's no basis for it, for example, if the child is struggling reading, no, I'm the best reader in class. Okay. And then when you when the teacher tells the parent, oh, your child is struggling, we think little Johnny is having the little Johnny is good, he's a very nice boy, he's very social, but he seems to be struggling with reading. And the parents say, no, he's the best reader, he's better than all the readers in your class. That's a bit funny, right? Maybe that's what you mean by toxic positivity. The problem with that is not that it's positive. The problem with that kind of response is that it is not based on actual real observation. Okay. So you can say something positively but still tell the truth. So I can say, Johnny, it's a joy to teach because he always comes to school smiling. It's the truth. I'm not lying. Johnny is very helpful. Johnny is very kind. He's very entertaining. He's always like to help his friends and, entertain his friends. All that is true. But at the same time, he also seems to struggle with reading. So you can put it in a positive lens while still maintaining reality. Tell the parent the truth. Yeah. Okay, maybe we can carry on, because then we're going to have we can spend the last section on the last question and answer.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, because I want to address what I've written here in this slide. Okay, so far I think I've been saying repeatedly that there are many things that we can do, and in fact, even things as serious as depression or anxiety, it is treatable with medication and therapy, counseling. All the serious mental health can be treated, right? But the problem is that people don't get help. So if you have if people have flu or cough, fever, right? Or you even have serious illness that you have diabetes or cancer, you go for treatment, right? How come for mental health people people avoid? What? People don't want to get help. Even when you are self-cutting, they don't want to go for help. Why is it that? And sometimes when you tell them, when the parents and families who really care, they say they really care, but they don't want to, but they're very reluctant to get the child help. Why is that so? Any thoughts? What do you think is the main reason?
In the chat box, Christina says stigma. The societal stigma against mental illness.
Yep.
Confidentiality. A shame. Afraid it will affect the child's future. Denial, because they may feel that they are imperfect. A shame.
Yeah. So it's the shame and the stigma, right? The denial, all of that. Okay. Absolutely. Yes. The label, right?
Also, probably because of the mindset of our society and the accessibility, because it's not available easily. You have to actually,
It could be, you're right, it could be it's not accessible, but the reality is that even in places where there are services, for example, in Singapore, there are services. And in fact, every school in Singapore has a school counselors. And it's not because we are a small country, right? It's not far to go to a clinic to get help, but still there are barriers to help seeking. And this is true everywhere in the world. This is the biggest barrier, stigma. What will people think? What will people think of me? Will they think that I'm a person? You know, the myth that we talk about, the myth affects the stigma. Oh, people will think that I'm crazy. People will think that I have weak personality. People think that I have weak character. Because, because the perception is, oh, if you have this kind of condition, that means you have a character flaw, something wrong with your character. You don't have good faith, right? In Malay language, kurang iman, right? All these things. You're too fearful. Okay. So in our effort to address mental health issues, especially of our students and generally of society, one of the things that we must do together is to fight the stigma. Okay. How do we do this? By educating ourselves about the stigma, by correcting our perception, and as what Jay Ismail say, to correct other people's perception so that they have a better understanding of what is really mental health and the importance of getting help. Okay, so and this is something that, again, you can't do alone. Individually, perhaps we can educate ourselves, and then we can share this information with people close to us. But I think if we work collectively with other colleagues, with the community, it's important that we make this additional effort to reduce, to shape our community's understanding about mental health. Because if the problem with stigma is that even if there is help, even if there's services, stigma will prevent people from getting help, and that's not what we need. So So many places are having campaigns like this, right? This is a campaign that we had in Singapore, and this is by the National Council of Social Service, which I'm actively involved. And in this this campaign basically was set up to educate youth, young people, the community about the dangers of stigma and to fight against the mental health stigma. So perhaps a closure to this section before we go for our lunch break. I will share with you a video that was developed for this campaign. Yeah, so maybe let's take a listen.
You can be born perfectly rich, have a very good lifestyle, have parents who care very well for you. I don't think mental health issues discriminate against anyone of any race, gender, or social background.
Hi, nice to meet you. Please have a seat.
My name is Nicole. I'll be your moderator for this discussion.
I'm Nicholas. Today, I'm going to ask you a few questions about mental health in Singapore. What do you know about mental illness?
I just know there's depression.
How do you say that? Bipolar disorder.
The wire short circuit, you know.
This guy's crazy, say all these kind of words.
Has nothing to do with me.
Would you hire somebody with mental health condition?
I'll probably, make them work in a, admin side.
Sweeper, cleaner, or some simple job for them.
Either they hurt themselves or they're going to hurt somebody else. Then if you have mental illness, you apply for a job. But who in the right sense will really want to take you?
Would you date somebody who has a mental health condition?
Some of them will get quite manipulative. They'd say like, if you break up with me, I'll cut myself or I'll kill myself.
And then sometimes they tend to post unreasonable things, such as like a small thing that happened and then they'll make a big fuss out of it.
I cannot handle. I don't know how to handle.
How would you react to, a friend or family member who's diagnosed with mental illness?
The bridging needs to be the family and not a stranger.
我们不是专业医生，我们可能处理不了。
If possible, I will just stay away as far as possible.
这个笑诶，最好是不要靠近他。
I didn't introduce myself fully. I suffer from clinical depression.
I was clinically diagnosed with depression. I'm living in recovery.
And I overcame it. I wrote a letter that I would like you to read out to me aloud.
"12 years is a long time to live with a mental health condition.
In the 12 years that I've been diagnosed with depression,
This is what I've learned.
I've learned that the greatest battles we fight are the ones with ourselves.
I've learned that most conversation about employment end the moment I review my diagnosis.
I've learned that shame is something society teaches you.
I've learned how to say sorry for showing symptoms of my condition.
I've learned that friends can disappear and I will never hear from them again.
I've learned that family doesn't always know how to support you, no matter how much you need them.
I've learned that hope is a little voice that whispers maybe.
I've learned that recovery is a process.
I've learned that one small crack doesn't mean I'm broken.
I've learned that I have an illness, but this illness is not my identity.
So sorry that you have to go through this.
I'm so sorry.
Do you have any questions you want to ask me?
Okay, I'll give a few minutes for all of us to recover a little bit. I must say I've seen that video many times, still I'm deeply affected by it. Yes, it's very touching and it's very heartbreaking indeed. Yeah. So the people that you see in the video, this is actually a social experiment. So the ones that actually I say they are people who are in recovery. Yeah. So maybe I invite you to perhaps share if you want your thoughts or maybe your key takeaway from that very powerful sharing. Key takeaway that perhaps you want to bring forward to and something that you can share with others. Thank you, Mary. I like what you said. Can you share what you said, Mary? Mary said we can rise from our difficulties. I can see that many of you have been touched by directly, yeah, with people who are close to you with mental health. Christina, you talk about your close friend from secondary school.
Mr. Eddie, can you please unmute Miss Mary Jandy Mahime?
Hello. Hello.
Yes, Mary. Yeah, thank you, Mary.
Heard already. Good morning. So I believe that we can really rise from our difficulties, from our problems, because we just need to tap some persons who can really help us, significant persons, if not our family members, and we can help ourselves by also tapping our spiritual life and whoever I mean for Christians like us here in the Philippines, we believe that God is important in each of our lives, and if we have God, there will be changes in our lives, and He is able to help us in our circumstances.
Thank you, Mary. Yeah, that's the positive self-talk, right? That can help. Yeah, thank you. I think indeed, yeah, you know, the video shows that it is a 1 in 8 individuals will have a mental health disorder. 1 in 8. There are almost 200 people there. If 1 in 8, 200 people, how many? Maths teacher, come on. Say 1%. 1% in 100, there's at least 2 or 3 of us, either now or past or later, right? So this is more common than we like to believe. So all the negativity, all the judging, all the negative stereotype really is not helpful. And the reality is that it is, where does stigma come from? Is stigma out there? Who caused the stigma? Is it the person with the mental health issue? No, Mary is correct. Mental health stigma comes from us, you and me. We are the cause, we are the source of the stigma, because we is the way we respond. We respond to when people talk about mental health. So we are the cause of the stigma. So if we want to remove stigma, it must start with ourselves. What we say, how we think, how we respond to these issues. Yeah. Yeah, so I think, yes, the maths teacher have responded 25 from 200. Yep, easily 25 of us may or have passed. So it's something that we shouldn't be ashamed of. We shouldn't think that it makes us weak. It can happen to anyone. The most importantly is that when it does, we recognize that this is the person who needs help, and we extend, or just as we would like other people to help us, we extend the help forward. Yeah. And I thought I wanted to perhaps wrap up today with that important message. It is not a happy message, but I think it's important and meaningful enough. Yeah, because today we talked about anxiety and depression in children with learning disabilities, right? And we talk about the things that we can do. But the reality is that we can have the counseling, you can have the services, but if you don't address the stigma, nothing is going to change. Yeah. So I leave you with that thought. And if you have maybe any further questions or maybe further thoughts, please feel free to share. Thank you. So Haila, over to you.
Okay, Prof. Can I share some of the questions here? Probably we have time for 2 questions. I can still see some of the educators here still wiping their tears. So I think that video is very impactful. It shows that, you know, it's the truth of what's going on within the community, within ourselves, that people do have that negative connotations on people with mental health issues. Okay, Prof. From Fatima to Zara, what if a student suddenly starts hallucinating? Is this a sign of stress, anxiety, or depression?
One of the common signs of anxiety, depression, or even more serious mental health condition. It's a common sign. That's when the cortisol level has become so high, the hormones in the brain have become so imbalanced that brain functions start to become a bit random. And that's where the person sees and hears things that is not there. Okay, very important. Especially in certain society, it's not because of some ghosts, genes, or whatever. No, it's not. It's something in the brain. Okay, and the problem is that if people start to think, oh, this must be some spirit, you go and get the spirit help, you're not getting the real help for this person. Yeah, so you must address. So even if you think the prayer is useful to calm the person down, so yes, do your prayers, but also seek treatment. Yeah, because once it becomes a chemical imbalance, prayers alone may not be able to help. Prayers strengthen. It doesn't replace the medication. If you have COVID, is praying alone enough? Serious COVID, if you have an infection, if you have a heart attack, is praying enough? No, right? You need medical help, right? But prayer can help as a matter of hope, right? So don't replace the medical treatment with the spiritual. Both are important. Okay, so it's important that we see that even delusion, seeing things, hearing things, this is part of the brain not functioning itself, the chemical imbalance in the brain. The person needs treatment. Yeah, first and foremost, need help.
Thank you, Prof. This is one question from Padlet. My friend teaches deaf students, and one of her students jumped out of the balcony because her dad threatened to rotan her. The deaf student's twin sister self-harms because of an argument with a friend. As adults and as teachers, how do we deal with students who may be extra sensitive, especially when we feel like there's not much we can do as a teacher.
Okay. So I think it breaks my heart to hear such stories. But the good thing is that I think you as a teacher, you know that. Okay. I don't know about again each places is different, but as educators, if we see clear signs of a child being physically abused, like serious physical abuse and serious violence against the child, it is I think our moral duty to report it. Tell it to your principal. If you live in a village, share it with the head village, right? In some places, you can report it to the protection services. You can report it to the police. Okay, so know what you can do. Every place, I'm sure every place in the world, find out as if you hear family violence, where can you report it? Don't have this mind, no, this is people's private life. Yeah, if it's a marital problem, yeah, but if you see a child being physically hurt, it's your responsibility as a teacher to make sure that no harm is required. It doesn't mean that the police will come straight away and put the father in prison, yeah, or whoever in prison. They must investigate first, right? At least whoever is doing the abuse knows that, hey, people are watching and people are going to protect the child. Do something, yeah? And they usually keep the confidentiality of the informant. That's part of the SOP. Okay.
Thank you.
So I think one of the things that we need to do is maybe when you go back to your school, have a conversation with your colleagues, with your head teacher, with the head of department. Hey, what is the procedure? What should we do when we see a child being abused? Should we keep quiet? Who do we talk to? Who do we report? Right? Because the teacher cannot carry the burden of, hey, do I say, do I tell, do I know anything, right? So you need the support network around you. Yeah. Important conversation to have with your colleagues and the key personnel in your school.
Thank you, Prof. Okay, we have
with Mary, you do have a social responsibility.
Yeah.
Do something about it. Don't go into the house and attack the attacker, okay? No. But you can inform the proper authorities. You can inform people who have the authority to do something about it. Yeah.
Prof, we have 2 more minutes before we stop for our lunch break. Is there anything that you want me to, or you want the team to email to the participants beforehand?
Yeah, Fatima Tuzara is correct. Unfortunately, this belief that mental illness is caused by spirits is so strong within some communities. It's something that we need to fight against. We need to educate people. It's because of ignorance, right? Yeah. You want the link for the video? Okay, I will also share today's slides. So in the slides, you will see the link. Yeah. So after today, I will. You all, you've gotten the day 1 slides, right?
Yes, we have.
I think SEAMEO SEN have sent out. So today, at the end of today, I will send the day 2 slides. So you will have all the links to the videos. Okay.
Okay, Prof, can you hear me? Prof, can you hear me?
Okay, maybe we can close for now.
Oh, I think you can't hear me.
We have a 1 hour lunch break. And then after the lunch break, we will have a discussion here about setting up peer support. Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me? Oh, Sharifah.
Yeah. Suhaila, you want to give the?
Yeah.
I can hear something wrong with her mic, I think.
Can you hear me, Prof?
I can hear you. Suhaila, I can hear you.
Can everybody else hear me?
Oh, I can hear you.
Yeah,
can you hear me?
No, I've been communicating with you, but you
maybe somebody else can talk so that I can see whether I can hear you or not.
Yeah, Prof, maybe it's your earphone.
No, okay, sorry. I accidentally closed the volume. That's why I was saying, why is she talking to herself? I thought I was getting delusional. Okay.
Yeah, I've been trying to tell earlier. I informed that we have 2 more minutes before 1 o'clock, and you have anything that you want to share, or you want me to brief them before we go for our break, Prof?
No, it's okay. We have an hour break. We come back at 2 o'clock, right?
We'll come back at 2 o'clock. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So everybody, thank you so much for your great attention and cooperation and very engaging session indeed. Thank you, Prof. We hope you have a good break. Okay, take a good break, relax, and come back later. Looking forward to the next session.
Okay,
Thank
bye-bye.
you.
Thank you.
1 hour. Yeah, it's a 1 hour break, Miss Aiman. Thank you. Bye. And for those who want to log out, you may do so, but when you come back, we will only open the room at 1:45. Okay? If you want to stay, you can stay, but if you want to leave, we'll open the room at 1:45. See you later. Thank you, Chu, Jia, Wen. Thank you. Bye-bye. Oh, and to our YouTube and Facebook viewers, thank you so much for joining us today. For tomorrow, we will open the session, the live streaming at 10:30 a.m. Okay, to our YouTube and Facebook viewers, we will open our session at 10:30 a.m. because earlier at 9, we have only special session with the participants in Zoom due to some confidentiality and sensitivity of the video that our speaker, Prof. Sharifah, will be sharing. Therefore, it is only for our close participants. And we hope you understand that. You may still join, but you will join at 10:30. Okay, this is to our Facebook and YouTube viewers. Till then, thank you so much for joining us. I'll see you tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Bye. Jumpa lagi. Thank you.